especially in your later years.
Well, I mean, there's a huge problem with diabetes, and a significant percentage of those people are normal body weight.
Even for
So
brain
across the
health.
board, even if you're thin, you still have to watch what you eat and exercise. Definitely.
For years we were told
So
that, different races and things were, had different propensities for different diseases like kidney disease and stuff. And now through years of research, they're finding out a lot of it really stems on our diets. And we, especially like living in Georgia when I was there, it was a lot different than the way the food is down here. Like if I order sweet tea here, it is not sweet. When you do it up there, it's sweet. There's a lot of sugar in the foods up there. A lot more fried food where I was at. I loved
now,
it.
now, Storm, I
But
just want to push back a little bit. I don't disagree with what you're saying per se, but if we look at the data of the UK, there's a lot more fatties in the UK now than there was 10, 20, 30 years ago. So the US is worse, but the whole world is getting fatter.
Oh yeah, I think what's
So
happening in the UK is that we're adopting a lot of other cultures, and that's particularly through the influence of like the internet and social media. There's a lot of things that we do now as you like uh, English people, British people, that we didn't do 15, 20 years ago. But saying that, even before this cross cultural variation, we didn't the people in the UK don't have the best diet. It's through migration of other cultures and countries coming into the country that have brought with them, these nuances, and these, healthy ways of eating. So we've got the Mediterraneans that came in and introduced, olive oil and its benefits, and using incorporating that not just in our diet but also in our health regimes, detoxing the air drum, moisturizing the skin, drinking, olive oil straight. We had the Caribbeans introduce the ital diet. The ital diet is essentially the vegan diet, which is what the Rastafarians follow, and eating, foods from the earth. Um, the Chinese the Asians came in and introduced us, their portion sizes. They eat quite small. So a lot of our good habits of in the UK have been brought in from other cultures. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. We are declining because we are picking up bad habits now as well from other cultures.
Well, a lot of the problem is the lack of actual good protein and micronutrients in a lot of the foods. It's sugary, starchy stuff that everybody likes to eat. And if they would eat more protein from whatever source you prefer, but I prefer beef because it's got zinc and vitamin B and all the things that you're usually low on, that you're craving, that a lot of people are eating to try and find. And that's the problem with these sugary foods. They make you think you're satiating that need, but you're actually low on protein and essential vitamins and nutrients your body's looking for. So they just keep eating and eating. That's the biggest problem.
look at the correlation between, and I'm going to use smartphones, but really technology as the boom has come from more screen time. And let's look at it because, let's be real, kids are on their phones or their PlayStations or whatever, Xboxes, far more than they used to be. We'd be out riding bike, we'd be running around the neighborhood, crawling up, climbing trees, doing whatever. And you see far less of that, in the neighborhoods. Doesn't matter where I'm at. I've got properties in several parts of Miami, and it's like you go there and there's not kids out running around playing in the streets. The only traffic is once in a while. Okay, when kids come home from school, they'll ride their bikes. Then that's it. Ride their bike by or walk by, and then there's nothing else but cars. They're not out in the streets. They're not out playing. You don't hear them in the backyards. Jumping on the neighbors' trampolines. I've never seen kids on them. And so we have a lot less of that. And it's interesting how the technology, since it's really blown up, has led to a rise in obesity. Now, it's not the
what
only reason. Let's be
what do you
real.
think we should do about that? What do you think we
Well,
should do about the technology?
they invented
Parents
Ozempic.
parents need to take a stand from a get-go and limit the amount of time. I let my son play. One time he literally spent all day Saturday. He came out that night and he goes, if I get on that, tell me to get off of it. And I was like, why? And he goes, I just blew a whole day on it. And he was off of that thing for I don't know how long. And I loved seeing that he saw that the waste of time that it was, because he literally just blew his whole day on it, you know. And it was different when he would come home and he would sit on it till wee hours of the morning. He didn't feel like the same way, but when he saw that it literally was a whole day that he had spent, it was that realization that, wow, I just wasted a whole day of my life sitting in that chair playing that game, you know. And he came to that on his
Agree-
own.
I don't
But
disagree
that's
with you per se, but I just see in practice at scale personal responsibility. This notion of people need to eat healthy and exercise, parents need to be parents. I'm just skeptical that enough people are going to do it. You know what I mean?
And then when it all goes wrong, you've got a Zempic.
That's
and I
another
agree,
thing
mindful.
as well I noticed in when I went over to the States. And don't get me wrong, anyone who comes over to the UK, I'm sure when you visit here or visit Europe, you see stuff that shocks you as well about our culture. But another thing that I noticed was this pharmaceutical culture as well, and the reliance on like tablets and things like that, and how much it's advertised on television. So in the UK, I think, during the winter time you might see one or two adverts about Lemsip and Night Nurse, which is like cold flu relief products over here. But in America, when I was over there for period of time, I noticed that like there will be a lot of adverts about on the TV about medication, and that even it would even say in the adverts that this medication will cause you to die. It was so I feel like in the States there's this culture of if you can't, if you don't have the time, the convenience, or the finance, then pop this pill. And then one thing I've learned about, because I've been very much into nutrition since I would say the 90s. I've been following it closely. One of the first things that I learned was that when you take tablets, the body doesn't recognize it for the nutrients that's contained in it because it's in a compound form. It's only until the body breaks down the tablet that it then recognizes the nutrients. But even in that sense, it doesn't recognize it fully because it's not in its natural state. It's not in its natural form, i.e., in a fruit or veg, or in on a different type of food. So your body doesn't actually absorb it the way it would do if it was in its natural form. So actually, like taking like tablets, and someone mentioned taking a particular tablet for weight loss. If you don't go gym, if you don't exercise, if you don't eat right, then just take this tablet. Actually, it's that's probably like the last resort. Like, and just like what my understanding is, to be mindful, even as a last resort, it's not as effective as the original thing.
So,
Um,
Storm,
Well,
in the
the
UK, is it
problem,
illegal to
I
when
want to
the
real
advertise
quick,
drugs? I just a
wait,
the
quick question to her. In the UK, is it illegal to advertise drugs?
I don't know what the law is, but we certainly don't have the culture. Like, I've never seen an advert for advertising medication for AIDS and HIV. And there's UK people in the audience in this room. I'm sure they can come up and vouch for this, but we don't see adverts for what. The first thing that I was thinking, what if the kids are watching this? They're gonna ask their parents what that is. But anyway, but yeah, so you wouldn't see adverts for, what else did I see? AIDS, HIV. I just saw loads of adverts about medication. I can't remember what they were all for, but it was like
Well,
literally
yeah, no, no.
every
I
all
think we
day,
get.
every day.
Yeah, no, we get that. So I just wanted to like say one thing and then hand it to Brian. It's totally fair enough, but I do think that we at least have to point out that our healthcare like market is very different. You don't have the socialized aspect that you do in other countries. So advertising for drugs that aren't necessarily available to a large portion of the population isn't like it doesn't make any sense. But my point here isn't to say that it is banned. I just don't know. It may not even have to be, right? Uh, I'm not convinced. I mean, I've heard people make a case for not having pharmaceuticals in commercials. I've heard a case
Oh,
for
okay,
this.
that's cool.
I'm not really like convinced by it one way or another. But Brian was trying to jump in, so go ahead.
All right, two things quick. First, why do you see more advertisements in America? Because there's more of them being developed here. They're trying to sell them and get back their research money. So that happens more often, and it depends on what channels you're watching. Like, yeah, if you're watching CNN or something like that, you're going to see more advertisements for the type of things old people
That
or
makes
other
sense.
people want to use. The only other thing is you're you're kind of correct, but yet you're incorrect when you say the tablet, the vitamin pills. The reason they're not readily digestible is because what they're using as the source for that nutrient, and it's not bioavailable. Where fruits and vegetables and the nutrients in those are more bioavailable. Yeah, of course it's readily absorbable, and that's why even when you talk about from meat sources to plant sources, meat-based vitamins and minerals are way more readily available to the body to digest than plant-based vitamins, and they'll just pass through your system. So yeah, that it is true that the tablets aren't digested and absorbed as much, whether you're looking for vitamin C or whatever, than taking it from an orange. But it's also because your body needs other vitamins to help process that vitamin pack as well. So you're
Yeah,
correct, but
absolutely.
incorrect.
No, but I didn't give an exhaustive list as to what the issues are with tablets. But yeah, that's another reason why the body doesn't absorb it. But it's the same outcome, like you said. It's not as effective.
So
This
that's
is
why colloidal
literally
vitamins
my
are
least favorite accent ever. But go ahead.
So colloidal vitamins
Thank
are
you.
actually a good. Your body absorbs a lot more of them. That longevity I mentioned before, they were solely colloidal because they didn't like the absorption rates of the different pills, and they said they wouldn't develop anything until they could get a higher absorption rate into the body. I think it's all plant derived. Um, for a reason, and that's so the body can absorb it. But again, that's Dr. Wallach that was pushing because of the research that he saw. He saw the industry peddling things that your body really wasn't absorbing. He saw it as a waste of money. People then do what? They give up on it. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, no, when you're doing it the wrong way or getting a poor product, that's what it is. So colloidal vitamins are
Mm.
great. And I'll tell anybody, if they go to Longevity and get the stuff, I'm going to do not do what the directions say, because
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have an accident because
Is
it's
there an
it's potent
accent
stuff.
changing medication? Can you
But
get an
if you get it,
accent?
microdose on it.
Can you get an accent changing medication?
Wait, are we selling each other vitamin products on here?
Nope, it's just a
Yeah,
hell
yeah,
of a
yeah. We're
product.
trying to find a
I eat
different
more beef.
medication for
Eat more beef.
accents. I'm just checking. What is our favorite accent? Can we get a medication for our best accent on here?
Sorry, joke's not landing. You got to workshop that one. For the record, Storm, I love your accent.
Yeah, Storm. I
Wait,
love
wait,
your
wait, wait,
accent
wait.
too.
Hold on. Can we pinpoint exactly where the accent comes from?
Liverpool.
I think I don't know if you've got a
This
passport.
isn't fucking Liverpool. She sounds nothing like fucking Paul McCartney.
I'm teasing.
Respectfully.
Jesus Christ.
Roger, have you been to the UK?
Listen, I've got my best friend lives in Essex, and that's the only fucking accent that I can tolerate. Everybody outside of Essex can kiss my ass.
Wasn't
Mhm.
the question? Have you been to the UK?
No, why would I fucking do that? We beat
Oh,
you
okay.
guys, and we told you to go home.
You have
We
a best friend
we
who lives in
we we
Essex and you've never been
we
to the UK? Oh my
we
God.
still. Well, he moved there. Sorry. He took a job. So, anyways, I want to explain this, and I don't want to talk about accents. It just annoys me, the whole British accent, especially. Listen, the British accent is so fucking retarded. If you want to learn how to speak proper English, you have to come to
Would you like a
California.
cup of tea, Roger?
Californians are the only ones that speak actual English.
I beg to differ. The Pacific Northwest speaks with the
Roger.
least
That's
amount
right.
of accent.
Give it
Roger.
up to California, Roger.
Roger, how do you feel about the Jamaican accent, Roger?
No, the
Midwest,
Jamaican
Iowa, the
accent. Look,
Dakotas.
the only time the Jamaican accent fucking makes any sense is if they're offering you some jerk chicken and some red stripe. Outside of that, nobody wants to hear that shit.
Oh, okay.
Somebody
You
told
get
me
into
that
the
everybody
South
loves your
Dakota.
French accent. Roger, do you like a French
Hey,
accent?
fuck the French accent too. What, like, all these fucking European accents? You know what I fucking like? I like Asian people. They've got like some differentiation
You're
in the way
one of
they
them.
speak.
Of course
You,
you do.
listen,
Roger,
listen.
can I ask you what
Oh,
state what state
go
is your
ahead, interrupt me. Look, I understand you're
what
British,
what state
but
is your
you can't
accent
colonize
from?
me again. Go ahead though, speak.
What state is your accent from?
Well, I lived for many years in California. Now I'm in the
Yeah,
Pacific.
exactly,
Now
Roger.
I'm in the
That's why you
Pacific.
think it's the
What?
best. You're
Well, it
full of
is
shit.
the fucking best. It is the fucking best. Hold on. There's nobody that has better mastery of the English fucking language and the English fucking accent than people in California. I mean, like it's
No,
common
but
knowledge
you
that we
can't.
speak the
You
best
You're a
English.
prime example. You just every other word
Yeah,
is fuck.
yeah,
So
there's profanity.
your
Your
diction is
sentence
perfect.
construction is awful.
Whatever, whatever.
You
I
don't
get
want
more
to mess
pussy with this
around. You don't
accent
want
than
to
you
mess
guys do.
around with South Africans. Okay, so just be careful with what you say.
South Africans. Oh my god, who let fucking apartheid up on the fucking stage?
Now,
And can
now,
I just say, God doesn't have three A's. It's not spelled GAAAD. It's spelled God. So why would you say
Hey,
God?
why don't you say aluminum?
Why would you say aluminum when it's not spelt with at the end with an NOOM? It's spelt with an NUM.
Have you ever looked at the periodic table?
Have you ever seen the word spelt? Do you read?
Jesus fucking Christ! All right, you
Reading
know
tomato
what?
reading
or
is
tomato?
un-American.
Go
So
back
Tomato or
to talking
tomato?
about fat people. You guys are gonna make me angry.
Yeah, they definitely need
Well, you brought
medication
up
for accents.
accents. You brought up accents, not
Hey,
us.
how come people in the UK don't fix their teeth? You got all this. You pride yourself in all this socialized healthcare, but it doesn't extend to dentistry now, does it?
Well, dentistry in the UK is actually free. So if I wanted to get my teeth whitened every week, I could.
Actually, love, I'm going to tell you something now. Dentistry is not free. Every time you go to a dentist, you got to pay something. If you're under 18, fine, it's free. But after that, you're paying, whether you like it or not.
That depends on what dentist you go to. There's two types. There's the
I go to
public.
a real dentist. I don't know about
There's
you. I go to
there's
a
a
real dentist.
there's the NHS dentist.
Yeah, you got to pay for that. Every time
See,
you go to an NHS
well,
dentist,
I
you got to
think
pay for it.
I think you're going to a dentist that has a private section, and they're
Mm-mm.
charging you, but they shouldn't charge you. You should ask for the NHS service. It's free.
It's not free. You got to pay for it.
I've lived there my whole entire life. It's free.
I'm telling you, you got to pay for it.
but
If you
are
go for a
people
clean,
Storm,
you
are
got to pay
people's
for it.
teeth really
If you
that
go for a
bad?
checkup, you got to pay for it. If
And
you're over
if
18,
you're,
you got to pay for it.
I mean, people probably wouldn't get employed if they had bad teeth. So no, I think you're thinking about Victorians in, when everyone had bad teeth. But yeah,
Please don't make out that the NHS service is free. It ain't free. Everybody pays for it.
the NHS is literally the National Health Service where
Yeah,
you get free medical care
everybody
for
pays for it.
everything.
You pay for it
So
with your
I
taxes.
don't know what country you're from because you're not English, but I am, and I've lived in
Do
the
you
UK
pay
my
tax
whole
which goes to the
entire life.
NHS?
It's probably because you're not a British citizen. That's probably why you don't get
Do you
free
pay
medical
tax which
care.
goes to the NHS?
Do you have a UK passport?
Do you pay tax which
Storm,
goes to the
hold on,
NHS?
stop. Storm, everyone understands the point that you're making, but it seems like you don't understand the point he's making. So I don't know, it's problematic. But I don't want to assume this. So do you understand the point that he's making?
I understand the point he's making. His point is incorrect. Is what's the problem is here? That is, it's not. His point is not
So
accurate.
you don't think that taxes pay for the health service?
Yeah, that's what she thinks.
No. I'm saying I understand
Well,
his
we're not
point, but
concerned with what you're saying. I was asking you if you understood what he was saying because that was the point he was making.
I'm still trying to correct his first point.
What
Oh,
about
Throw the
Aussie,
dentistry?
tea
Aussie,
off
oi,
the
oi,
boat.
oi.
Throw the tea off the
But
boat.
anyway, we can move on. I don't want to center myself. We can move on.
You know, it's this fucking attitude that ended British imperialism.
Listen, the NHS is in such a deep fucking hole at the moment. They need so much money. You don't even know where to begin.
We can move on, Pamela, Pumalu.
Pumalu, Pumalu.
Yeah,
Hey,
we can.
Rod, you got a weird way of flirting, but it might be effective, but it's weird.
You know she's down. You know she's down.
Hello, Uella. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a while.
You know, it's been a
Hi,
while
nice to
since
see
I've
you
seen you
too.
too. Perhaps we should discuss the proper pronunciation of aluminum sometime privately.
It's not pronunciation. It's pronunciation. It's PO, not PRU.
Aren't you
Are you
like
sure you're
Nigerian?
enunciating that right?
I'm just trolling.
Damn, Raj, I see you got another fan already, huh? Way to
I'm
go,
just
nephew.
no. I'm just.
I
I'm.
trained you well.
I'm just
Hey,
trolling. I'm just trolling him. It's fine. I like Roger. He's funny.
You know.
call it what you want to.
I don't know. I thought we were talking about fat ass tax.
Yeah. Hey, Storm, what's your thoughts around fat taxes? You're in the UK where you guys love taxes. You want to tax the fatties more?
Interesting question. We actually have something called sugar tax, which is basically a tax. It's a levy that companies have to pay if they basically don't reduce the sugar content in their food. So we have something similar. Do I agree with it? I mean, I think in the recent papers that the government released in October, they spoke again about not just about the sugar tax, but also the positive effects it's had on health. I don't have the stats to hand, but they spoke about the fact that the sugar tax has reduced, obesity in children. So that's quite a good result, I suppose. So in that sense, yeah, I think it's a good thing. But I don't think adults should be told, what they can eat and what they can't eat. I think you should make that decision yourself.
Now that's a good approach. Put it on the companies and not the people. I like that.
Hey, Storm, you know what I like to eat?
Yeah, Hakima. I think if they're going to tax people, tax the companies definitely.
Roger, please don't say fish and chips.
A meat pie.
I think they should
He was
tax.
not about the chips.
Hey,
I
can we
th-
talk about British breakfast for a second? Like, what's up with these fucking beans? Why do you guys got beans on a breakfast plate?
Heinz, Heinz, they're good for the heart. The more you eat, the more you. Yep, have another can.
You can always have bangers and mash.
well, I'm in Mexico, and if you don't have beans on your breakfast plate, you might as well go back to the United States.
Mm.
The best
Yeah,
British
baked
dish you can
beans?
have.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me Mexicans eat cold baked beans?
Yes, dude, it's fucking crazy. Yes.
Ugh. What kind of Mexican are you?
No, it's true. They have black beans. They eat pinto beans, and I mean, my wife cooks, beans, and they're actually pretty good.
Didn't you say your wife was like 400 pounds?
No, that was the ex. That was the ex.
The ex-wife. So, what do you think the ex-wife would think if we pinged her in here and talked to her about? Well, she's still alive. She hasn't had a heart attack yet. Can we ping her in here and talk to her about the fat tax?
That is just the funniest. You know what? If she was on this app, I probably would.
Yeah, I
Listen,
think
Huh.
the issue
can,
with beans is that some people don't season their beans. So I think just like any other food that you don't season, it's not going to taste that great. But if you season your beans, which is what most Caribbeans and Africans do, then yeah, your beans will taste quite nice actually.
I feel sorry for all you people who don't grow good beef that you don't have to season. My heart weeps for you. The only thing I season mine with is fire.
I like
wait
to
a
know,
minute. You're
Larry.
There's
telling me
nothing
you
wrong
don't?
with the beans
Hold on.
being
You don't put
seasoned.
butter and
You know.
salt on your meat?
Nope, nope, Roger. I don't.
Wow.
Top
Wow.
top grade A1 Wagyu.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Some would argue it's too rich.
Yeah, yeah. That's why we also have some certified Black Angus that we raise.
Hey, what's that cut of meat that's right between the ribeye and the chuck? Well, what do you call that?
A filet mignon.
No, no, no. Fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just saying words now. Uh, I'm just gonna go on mute. You guys are
The
aggravating.
the prime rib.
Is that what it's called? The it's like right on the cusp of uh, the chuck and the ribeye.
Is it not in the Californian dictionary, Roger?
Jesus Christ. Are you like Nigerian British? Is this what I'm
No, I'm
detecting?
I'm Jamaican.
Jamaican. Oh God, even fucking worse. Um, mm. So never mind. I have no questions. No further questions.
Are you
So,
talking about? Are you talking about the ribeye? You talking about the ribeye, Rog?
I will say it's better than Haitian.
I'm a UK Jamaican with a master's in law and business.
Oh, like that'll come in handy.
Master and button into business, what it seems like.
And
You go
that's you,
for
Brian. How did you know?
listen. You go
Wow.
further in life just learning how to make a
You're
fucking
so
sandwich.
observant, Brian.
So California wants to
It would either
tax.
be the loin or the strip.
So California wants to tax every mile that you drive. Well, what about if California, or because basically everything starts in California, what if California were to tax you based upon your weight?
Well, weight would be a terrible way to do it because you could put on a lot of weight with muscle. So you would have to maybe look at something like BMI, which is a weird thing because BMI says that I should weigh like 155. Like, that's ridiculous. If I weighed 155, I would look like I was, one of the Japanese people thrown in
Toothpick.
an internment camp by everybody's favorite Democrat, FDR.
Yeah, I was told on the chart I was 189. I was leaning in the gym all the time, and they're like, "Well, we should by the chart we should mark you as obese." But they're like, "You're clearly not obese." I was laughing at the chart because it was like we must be about my height then, because it was like 155, and I was like, "Yeah, that's not happening." Maybe when I was 17.
Although, if you are at your correct BMI, you're less likely to pick up things like heart disease, cancers, liver problems, and other ailments. So, yeah, try get to your
You're
BMI if you can.
you're also more likely to be active if you're not obese, so that also contributes to that. It's just kind of a correlative thing. It's not the cause.
Does anyone in here practice fasting?
Yep.
I
Yes.
do.
On Yom Kippur, I do.
How do you guys find fasting? What are the
See,
How
benefits?
how
I
do
like
I
I
light.
I
fast? I sit out in the
I
field
eat be
till 2 a.m. and come
oh
in and eat supper.
I eat between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily.
That's very good. Has anyone done the fasts where you don't eat anything for a period of days?
Yeah,
I
those
get
people are fucking lunatics.
Yeah,
yes.
I did a water fast for 72 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah,
hangry.
water.
Anyone done it for 7 days or more?
Wouldn't you be
Yeah,
dead?
yeah. One time I did do that for 7 days, and this was before I had diabetes. But and I actually lost 15 pounds. And then the next week, when I went back to eating food, I actually gained it right back. So it didn't really do anything.
Well, half of that was
Yeah,
water weight.
I think the water fast is not for weight loss per se. I think it's for regenerating new cells in the body. I think that's what it's good for.
I
So
wouldn't
all
recommend a
the
water fast. I would recommend the lemonade with the maple syrup and the cayenne pepper. I think that one makes more sense.
No, no, she's 100% right. When you do the water fast, your body goes through autophagy, where it kills all the bad cells and gives new cells, and it actually can help prevent cancer. It's pretty effective.
Yeah, science according to Hikima.
The positive weight loss is very much down to
Yeah, you probably should listen because I know what I'm talking about.
80% of it is diet. So as long as you portion control and you don't snack in between, and you
Wait a
have your
minute. Wait a minute.
main.
Why are you talking about portion control? Like, you guys remember Michael Phelps? Do you ever hear what he ate? I mean, this guy was like consuming like over like I think it was like something like 12,000 calories a day.
Yeah, but he was swimming 12,000 laps a day as well, so
But
don't forget that.
yeah, but this is the point. Thank you for making my point. Is that if you move your fat ass, get off the fucking couch and you go and do something, you don't have to do this fucking thing called portion control.
No,
You
well,
can
but what we're
actually
talking about weight
you
loss
can
without
actually
the
load up.
exercise.
You can actually load up. Yeah, you can. You don't have to restrict your calories if you go and burn some calories.
But if
So
you want weight loss, if you want weight loss without the, because exercise only accounts for 12% of weight loss.
well, Roger, that's not entirely true because
Incorrect. It's
if you
32.
wait. Hold on.
hold on
Before
if you
you
eat
tell me
more.
hold on. Before you tell me what's entirely true, Are you familiar with the diet that Michael Phelps had when he was training for the Olympics?
Yeah, it's very different when you're training.
I'm talking about the point you made about the fact that if you go out, if you work out, then you can eat what you want. And I'm saying that if you eat more than you burn in the gym or during a workout, then you don't lose weight.
Yeah, I think you're missing my fucking point completely. This is maybe where the, we might need a translator to make it from a California English accent
Or a
to
brain
whatever the fuck you're
transplant.
speaking.
Brain
So
transplant, yeah.
yeah, here's what the fuck I'm talking about, is that you don't have to restrict your calories if you put in the fucking work. Michael Phelps was able to eat 12,000 calories, and he was one of the leanest fucking guys on the planet.
Because he was burning more than he was eating, dumbass.
Exactly. Thanks for making my fucking point. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you have to be specific. You have to be specific. You can't
I
just
thought
make
I
a
was
blanket.
specific. I
No,
thought I
you
was
weren't.
specific. No.
Your
Maybe
statement
you're just
didn't
stupid.
your
Maybe you're
statement
just
didn't
dumb. Maybe
your
you're a dumb person.
maybe you're projecting. Your statement didn't match your example. That was the problem.
Oh, really? I didn't talk specifically about Michael Phelps' diet and Michael Phelps' workout.
Well, we were just talking about weight loss. We
Well, when
weren't
you said
necessarily
that
talking about.
you shouldn't sit on your fat ass. If you sat on your fat ass and if you went to the gym and worked out, you can eat what you want, and then made the
I
fuck
didn't say
Michael
you can eat what you
Phelps.
want. I said you don't have to restrict calories. There, you still need to make sure that you're hitting your fucking macro and micros. You want to make sure you're getting the right foods in your system, but you could overload on some of this stuff if you're working out. If you're working out hard enough, you don't like this idea that you have to restrict what you eat in terms of caloric intake is just a lie. It's got to be in conjunction with how active you are. And the reason why they tell people to get,
Negative.
to have a 2,000 calorie diet is because they anticipate that you're lazy.
If you eat less, you're going to
Yeah,
weigh
you
less,
lost me now, Roger.
Roger. You don't have to do the exercise. If you portion control your
Yeah.
food and
Well,
you eat the
again,
right.
you're making
Hold
my.
on, let me
Thank
finish. Let
you.
me finish my point.
No, no,
No, if you portion
you are
control
fucking
your
finished.
plate.
You're finished when I tell you you're finished, son of a
Hold on a
bitch.
second.
But
I'm just
no,
finishing a
no,
very
no, no,
important
no.
point
You
here,
are not
Roger.
gonna fucking interrupt
Come
me.
on,
This is not.
Roger.
This is not gonna happen. Nope,
Let's.
nope, nope. You will not interrupt me, you motherfucker. I'm trying to make this point that you don't have to worry about restricting calories if you move your fucking ass. You people are fucking lazy. This is why you have to fucking be told, hey, only eat 2,000 calories a day, which you probably a lot of you motherfuckers are eating 4,000 anyways, which is why you're so fucking fat. But if you guys really want to get in shape, you need to fucking move your ass. Yes, you need to
But you
fucking concern yourself with what you eat, but how much you eat should be calibrated against how much activity you have. And
right
if you're
now we're
it,
talking.
hold on, if you're consuming a small number of calories, to maintain your size, it's because you don't move enough. So move your fucking ass.
Right now you're talking. When you said you need to move your ass, I'm saying you need to move your ass more than you consume. So you've clarified that now. You've elaborated. So thanks. Now your point matches your example of Michael Phelps.
Yes, I agree.
Oh my fucking god! Listen, I don't need you to fucking British splain me. I said what I said, and the people with intelligence, even pockets of intelligence, got what I was laying down.
Hey,
I'm just
Roger.
not the read between the
I
lines
did.
kind of person. That's all it is. I need you to be specific.
Yeah,
It's
you're not a
my
read person.
it's
Period.
my neurodivergence, not the country of origin.
It's probably the Jamaican part.
It just
Hey,
took 10 times to say the same thing, Roger. That's all.
hey, hey, Roger. Would you um, enjoy being a private trainer or a private coach?
You would want me to be your fucking coach.
To the room title, I definitely agree. I think being overweight, it's not fat shaming, it's not body shaming, it's completely unhealthy. Your heart is working much harder than it needs to be. I do, however, find it fascinating that apparently some airlines, like Southwest Airlines, will allow someone who's overweight to buy the seat next to them and then allow them to refund. I mean, it's probably case by case, but apparently you can actually ask for a refund once you land or your trip is completed, thereby an overweight person taking away business for that empty seat next to him. That seems bizarre.
Excuse me, Moose. It's plus sized.
Is there a relationship between bad diet and premature hair loss?
Uh, your baldness typically comes from genetics, usually from your mother's side of the family. So if you're don't men don't if you're looking to have children, don't marry women whose family has problems with hair loss.
Okay, so my question was, is there a correlation between a bad diet and premature hair loss? That was the question.
Negative.
I don't,
There can be, but it's severe cases.
ay, ay, can we agree though that we society would be a little bit better off if we did a little more fat shaming?
Right, but then Roger, where do you draw the line? What's fat shaming? Well, how overweight does one have to be called out?
Yeah, and I can't
Well,
agree.
we can't lower the standard to what men would fuck because
Uh,
men will fuck fat women. So maybe what we should do is we should look at fit women and what the opinion of a fit woman would be about what is fat and what is not. How about that?
I think it would work for people that respond to shaming in a productive way, but for those people who respond to shaming by, for example, eating more because they feel sad, they have feelings of sadness because they're being shamed,
Oh,
so they
that'll
eat
make them
more.
fucking happier.
That's not gonna help.
Yeah, this is making me eat more right now, just so you
Yeah,
know.
it's not productive. So it depends on the individuals. Is
All right,
shaming
hold on. I want
productive?
to do a survey of the room. Put a one in the chat if me talking derogatorily about fat people is making you go to the pantry and get an unhealthy snack so you can make yourself fatter. Put a one in the chat if you're making yourself fatter during
Just
this
quick
conversation.
question: the cookies I'm eating, is that healthy or unhealthy?
That's
I don't know what's
unhealthy.
in your goddamn cookies, bro.
Depends on the cookie.
Oh, well, I'll just say this is a healthy cookie then.
Is it homemade, mindful?
I know, bought it at the grocery store. It says it's chocolate chip deluxe.
I, 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 I don't think there's no such thing as a
Totally
healthy cookie.
healthy.
I think it's impossible to have a healthy cookie.
Man, I don't know, man.
Is it impossible to have
I've
healthy
been
bread? Oh, sorry.
I've indulged on some cookies that were pretty low carb. Let's just say that.
Anything in a cellophane packet and a tin, go and put it in the bin immediately and start the
Hey,
new year with
my
fresh fruit
homegirl
and
America got
fresh
that
vegetables.
low carb cookie. She got that really extremely low carb cookie.
They can be high in protein too.
It's a sugar cookie though.
Roger, what
very
do you
bad
think
for
about
constipation.
binging and purging? Or do you think that's a good approach?
Look, to each their own, man. Your body, your choice.
Isn't binging and purging symptoms of anorexia and bulimia?
So
That would be
Stu.
bulimic, right?
Yeah, bulimia, isn't that a symptom of that?
I don't
And
know if
doesn't
it's a
that
symptom of it. I think it's evidence of it, right? But you don't have to do this. Like I'm telling you, like wherever you're consuming your empty calories, you could do something about this. You could just you could move your ass more, or you can make a decision if you're not going to move your ass more to restrict the calories. Like me personally, I would rather eat more and then just work it off than to restrict what I eat. I think that's just a much more common sense approach to me.
I think that's an oversimplification because let's say you got your 12,000 calories from cookies. I don't care what you do, you're going to be unhealthy.
I get your point.
Depends on the
I get
cookie.
your point. You definitely want to eat things that are good for you. But I will say this: if you were consuming 12,000 calories a day and you worked your ass off, and the things that you got your calories from, were whole foods, you're going to be fine. And if you don't believe me, ask Olympic athletes.
I mean, I don't think honestly, I don't think you can get 12. I don't think it's possible to eat 12,000 calories in like whole foods, like fruits and vegetables. Like you wouldn't be able to eat enough.
You
So
don't think you could eat enough chicken?
I mean, I
some
wouldn't call that a
hey
whole
Let's hear.
food.
Chima.
Let's hear
Yeah,
from an actual
I
doctor. Let's hear
eat
from an actual
KFC.
doctor. Oh wait, Catherine's here.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, let's hear from a doctor that stood on stages telling us about COVID, and now we know from that congressional report that a lot of those things that those doctors, including this one on our stage, was incorrect about. Let's hear from that doctor.
Oh,
Let's go.
so you believe that congressional report that was written by a bunch of Republicans who don't know anything about science?
Of
There,
course he
that's
did.
fine, Roger. Of course you do. But if you want to talk about calories in, calories out, energy expenditure, I am an expert in that. I've never got on a stage and told anybody I'm a microbiologist, virologist, infectious disease specialist, any of that. I'm an emergency physician. I now specialize in obesity medicine
So,
and
Catherine,
hormones.
why is it that we've been telling Americans for 40 years to not be fatties and to have healthy diets and move more, and that it hasn't worked?
Because we have obesogenic hormone disruptors, and those will sabotage anybody's effort to calorie restrict. You
And there's
can,
a McDonald's on every street corner.
we have a disrupted microbiome, we have elevated inflammation, we have significant hormone problems that are related to the food we eat that's full of growth hormones. We also have people not getting enough
That's not
sleep,
totally true.
not moving enough. I didn't say any of this is totally true. I said these are contributing factors, confounding variables.
Would you agree with my take that if you eat whole foods and you exercise, you don't have to worry? You don't have to worry so much about counting calories.
Most of the time, Roger, but it depends on how much muscle mass you have. It depends on uh, some other factors related to health. But I
Catherine,
will say,
do
if
you
I could finish,
go
please.
ahead?
And to the point I heard earlier in the room that an athlete who is, let's say, a swimmer may be able to consume and burn greater than 6 to 8,000 calories a day and be in a net even deficit of energy expenditure. And that just depends on, so many factors. So I wouldn't be so quick to say who can eat what's and when, knowing that it's complicated. If this were easy, we wouldn't have fat people.
Catherine, when
Wait,
Trump
wait, hold
when
on,
Trump
hold on,
goes,
If this
hold,
was
wait,
let me ask,
complicated, Roger wouldn't be talking about it.
hold on. Listen. I think my point stands here. It sounds like you're agreeing with me without saying that you agree with me. Is that if you eat whole foods and you exercise, you're going to be doing yourself a service. And yes, not everyone's going to do as much exercise as Michael Phelps did when he was training for the Olympics. That is true. So you guys can't go out there and start having a 12,000 calorie diet and think that you're going to be in that kind of shape. However, these are all about choices. Like whoever said, there's a McDonald's on every fucking corner. Yeah, you should gamify that of how many McDonald's do you pass by without stopping. You should. You don't have to go to McDonald's. There is no fucking law that says that you must stop at McDonald's. There's no law that says that when you do go to McDonald's that you have to order fucking a Big Mac.
it's
There's
so good
there,
though.
No,
well,
Roger, 100% agree.
Yeah,
100% agree.
who's
But
eating
but the
McDonald's
problem
in
is the problem is though is
2024?
that the convenience of there's a lot of families not making too much money. You can feed your family for $20. I mean, they've done studies. It's no surprise that the direct correlation between I think the states with the most highest obesity rates. I believe Mississippi is like top, has more McDonald's than any health food stores, which would probably
but
be zero.
hold on. Listen, the reason why more McDonald's pop up is because more people want it. This is how supply and demand works. If you like, I'd love
Freedom,
to see.
baby.
I'd love to see how many new McDonald's go up in let's say a fit city like Boulder, Colorado. I'll go Google and see how many McDonald's they have. But I think what you're saying is that they build a bunch of McDonald's and then everybody gets fat. I think what happens is McDonald's moves to places where they know that there's people that want cheeseburgers. That's what I think happens.
I have a question for the room. When Trump lowers the grocery prices like he said he would, do you think that will mean more fatties?
Jesus Christ.
Oh fuck yeah.
Does anybody have a good question?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
wanna I wanna ask why people are eating McDonald's in 2024.
That's a
Well,
great question. And that it comes back to it's people's choice. Why are people drinking alcohol when it's a neurotoxin? Why are people using other eh, drugs, when they know it can harm them? Why are they smoking? Why are people eating the wrong foods? This is what people do. They have vices. The
Catherine,
first thing I ask someone is, what's your vice? Let me
so
see if
Catherine,
I can
so
reduce that
so
harm.
so Catherine, I will tell you why people do these things, and you guys can argue the point, but this is why they do it. They don't love themselves. If you want to fix a problem around addiction, whether it's to food, alcohol, drugs, you want to fix that problem, love yourself. If you love yourself, you won't destroy yourself.
What
yeah,
if the problem?
can Catherine talk a bit about people that eat through trauma? Because I think there's a lot of people that eat, because I think Roger makes a good point. As much of a numbskull as he is, he makes a good point about people not loving
Man,
themselves.
you flirt weird, Storm. You
So,
flirt really
Catherine, can
weird.
you talk about you specialize in obesity. Can you speak about that for us, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. And that is that what is the impact of trauma on one's health? And how do we define trauma? For one person, it might be their uncle molesting them in their bed. For another person, it might be having an impaired parent who's an alcoholic. For another person, it might be, uh, i- being harassed or bullied at school. But whatever the trauma is, it creates a hypervigilant response in the body, which elevates cortisol, which is the stress hormone, which will put on belly fat, which will make you hungry, which will reduce your ability to create and store healthy muscle mass. And so, what we see is where people live with trauma, whatever that trauma is, even if it's imprinted trauma, which we're now learning is genetic and transcended even
Wow.
from mother to child, that history of trauma can affect metabolism.
Wow. That is incredible. Thank you for that, Catherine.
It can. The
So
other big thing I have a problem with, and I got a bunch of dietitian friends who agree that are well respected, is we don't get enough proteins in our diet. So people are always chasing to satiate their cortisol levels. And that's also a big problem because we can try to go for these other proteins that are available in chickpeas and this and that, but they're harder for the body to digest and they aren't readily available as they are in beef, chicken, pork, all those other kinds of meats. And it's okay to have them, and it's also just
But
the
Brian, pig's a
additives.
filthy animal.
That's right.
so while it is possible for trauma to make a mother neurotic or even psychotic, and that neurotic or psychotic behavior can affect their children and their loved ones and their friends, it is not possible to transmit trauma genetically. That
That's
is a
false.
That
that's
is
a no. It's
false.
actually, hang on, and please don't interrupt. It's actually 100% true. Epigenetics is a kind of an idea that has never been. It's not even a theory. It's sort of a notion for which there is no scientific evidence, and I think it's actually often used as an excuse. Trauma does not change your genes, and therefore it will not be transmitted genetically. Although
It
behaviorally,
changes
of
the
course,
expression of your genes. That's what epigenetics is.
uh, again, again, I'm not sure why you feel the need to interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. And again, the idea of expression of genes is sort of a
Hold
separate
on, hold
question.
on, hold on. I'm going to
Yeah.
interrupt. Norm, can I just say that that is the funniest thing coming from you? I love you to death, but for you to say that I didn't, just go on,
Well,
carry on. It
Thank
well,
you.
it's
The,
quite
the
true.
irony is
It's
hard
quite
to
true.
ignore. Carry on.
It's quite true. Well, I'm glad that you're not insensitive to irony. Um, but when I set the record straight and I counter nonsense with facts or science, I understand people get triggered, and that's totally fine. I expect it. Whether I do it by interrupting or whether I do it following the spread of misinformation. So
Elle, I think you should
again,
answer that call.
if you are, thank you. If you eat too much, then here's a radical idea: eat less. And if you find that and you'll lose weight because you can't keep weight on unless you feed your body with calories. Calories are what's put on weight. It's a simple
But
scientific.
Norm,
Yeah.
you're giving the reverse of my advice. My advice is, if you eat what you want and then just like eat as much of the healthy foods as you'd like, and then based on that caloric intake, then move your body accordingly. If you're going to eat a lot of food, if you're going to consume a lot of calories, you're going to have to move quite a bit. Why can't we focus on both?
Well, I think what Roger is quite correct that the ultimate thing is the net difference between your caloric intake and what you do in terms of expenditures, and so you want to have a healthy equilibrium. On the previous question, somebody had asked if poor diet was correlated with premature hair loss. So actually, there is a lot of evidence that and studies that indicate that that's the case. Um, that's because of protein deficiency, because hair is primarily made of keratin. So insufficient protein intake, which somebody else mentioned, can cause hair shedding. Iron deficiency can reduce oxygen supply to the hair follicles, which results in hair thinning. Vitamin deficiencies, vitamin D, B12, biotin, vitamin E, and C all play a role in hair follicle health. Essential fatty acids like omega 3 and omega 6 are important for scalp health, as well as zinc deficiency having an effect. Crash dieting, eating disorders can cause temporary hair loss. So telogen effluvium, which is not genetically related, and then you have problems with like if you have excessive sugar or processed foods, that can also contribute to hair loss because it can increase inflammation. So basically, it's really important.
Mm.
And The other thing is, genetics like sets a baseline, but the environment can modify it, and we see that in a lot of things. So somebody can be genetically predisposed, for instance, to hair loss, and they can accelerate that process through nutritional deficiencies.
The
Uh,
funny part is everything you just listed, you can get 80% of that from beef in as few as 6 ounces.
Well, Euro,
well,
thank you for answering my question. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, and it's very important. And then there's been a number of studies now on, on the epigenetic question. So trauma can cause molecular modification in DNA through DNA methylation and also histone modifications, and this alters how genes are expressed without changing the underlying genetic code. And then also trauma related stress can affect genes and the hypothalamic pituitary adrenaline axis, which is very important in regulating stress responses. Um,
Are you
and
a doctor, Euro?
no, I'm not a doctor, but I'm involved in research that's related to health in some instances. And anyways, there's been studies on Holocaust survivors to this effect, as well as the Rwandan genocide survivors, and then there's been some studies done in transgenerational PTSD, and of course, there's as always there's experiments on rodents as well. There is some questions about reversibility. Epigenetic changes can sometimes be reversed, and then there's lots of questions about the role of the transmission mechanism. But I guess I'll end there.
But just to add to that, Euro, there's also studies on PTSD, and that being passed down from slaves to their children, their antecedents, because there's something called post-traumatic slave syndrome. So there's a study on that, just to add to that list that you had.
Yeah,
That's
thank you
probably
very
not. Did you say post traumatic slave syndrome?
Yeah, PTSS. You can Google it. There's a whole study on it.
Oh
Dude,
boy.
that's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. But carry on.
You can tell the person that wrote the study that it's the dumbest thing that you ever heard in your life.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb people that write a lot of dumb fucking things. You
And
just happen to be the person that's repeating dumb things.
yeah, and there's people that are dumb like you that have nothing to contribute to conversations apart from criticism.
And here we are, you still want to fuck me.
Oh, it's you, Roger. I thought it was someone else. I can't tell.
Notice she didn't deny it.
Shoot your shot.
So in like post-traumatic slave syndrome, this is like something that no one that's ever been a slave can get, right?
Well, he talked about the Holocaust, So I'm sure that the same argument can be put people that are not descendants of the people that were, what happened in the Holocaust. The argument would be the same. So yeah, I'm suppose that's the case. MGK.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Just in case you didn't know, Storm, slaves don't count. Everything about slavery is a joke. It don't matter to nobody.
That's because it was a choice.
See what I mean? The dumbest shit ever.
You know what's actually scary is that slavery is actually happening in Africa. It's still happening in Africa, and I was blown away when I read about that. And we talk about the United States. Jesus Christ! I mean, it's crazy over in Africa.
Hey, quick trivia question. Which U.S. political party was pro-slavery and which one was anti?
Okay, Roger. Okay.
Slavery still happens in Roger's bedroom when his wife bends him over and fuck it up the ass with a dildo. But anyway.
Ouch. Well,
Hey, don't kink shame me.
yeah, some of the worst slavery in the world is taking place in Haiti right now. They have a child slavery system that's called a Reykjavik, and it's rampant with abuse of all kinds of unspeakable varieties, tragically. But anyway, um, yes, the human condition is in fact marred with trauma. It is, I mean, it's highly likely that most people that are in this room right now have experienced some sort of trauma. So it is all, I would say might as well say it's a universal experience, some sort of trauma. And again, if one has an addictive behavior, whether it's eating or drinking or taking drugs or smoking and so forth, the proven method of addressing the trauma is to first stop the behavior that one uses to numb oneself, and then to methodically, and it takes years, address the trauma. I mean, if you try to address it before you stop the behavior, you're not going to get anywhere, I guess is what I'm saying. And one needs a lot of support and if you don't know if you're having a problem, then for example, if it's food, write down what you eat, every single thing in a notebook, and then share it with somebody who knows. And then you can begin the process of addressing the food addiction or the drug addiction or the behavioral addiction or whatever it is.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned this because, obviously, somebody had mentioned that, there's still slavery prevalent in Africa, and that's true. But if you look at the rates of slavery in Africa, it's really dwarfed by other places. So it's roughly at 2.9 per thousand uh, people in forced labor in Africa, but in Haiti, it's more than three times higher at 8.2. But the highest in the world is the Arab states at over 10.
Interesting.
Well, I was a McDonald's McFlurry whore for a lot of years, you know. But my problem was the machine was broken all the time. So
Well,
Milkshake machine broke.
You need
McFlurry
reparations.
machine L. You don't listen.
I did listen. I was making a reference to a meme.
well, that's the thing. The machine was broken all the time, so I couldn't get my ice cream fixed.
Sounds like generational trauma to me.
well, the good news is there's a fix coming for the broken McDonald's ice cream machine, so you might see some improvement if you're still interested.
Well, the reason why I got diabetes is actually not McDonald's, it was actually 7-Eleven. I used to go to 7-Eleven every day and get the same shit, basically. And, I got my sandwich, I got my chocolate, I got my Kit Kat, I got my peanut butter cups, and then I got my super sugary drink, which was I don't know, iced tea or something like that. And I did that every day for, I want to say, I know it was longer than 5 years, probably 5 or 7 years, something like that. And yeah, I gained weight. Yeah, that was, and I didn't get paid for it, but yeah, it was, and it sucks being fat, believe me.
Are you saying you developed type 2 diabetes?
Yes, yes. And because of the chocolate, because there was so much chocolate, so much sugar in the drink, and it wasn't that I didn't care. It's just I like the taste of everything. Just like when you go to McDonald's, you go for the you go you go because it tastes good.
Is,
I
McDonald's
would
is
say
is
on
this
some level
breaking
you did
news? Is
not
this a
care and you did
revelation?
not
Is this
respect your
groundbreaking
body.
news?
Oh, that's funny.
Are there any vegans in the room?
I hope
Most of them
not.
are dead.
I don't.
Are there
I'm
any
not.
vegan conservatives?
I'm not a vegan, but I'm a fruitarian. It's different, but similar.
Oh, awesome. That's fantastic. Any
So who's
vegetarians?
more overweight? Which side of the aisle is more overweight?
Definitely the women on your side.
Those some big women over there.
There's no overweight women
Manly women
in the
over
red
there.
states. No overweight women in the deep south red states, or men for that matter.
That's different.
So even nutrition gets politicized in the States?
Of course.
Well, Moose, your side wants to normalize this and glorify Lizzo and, obese Victoria's Secret models. Like, it's coming from your side.
Well, no one's
Lizzo,
perfect. I am not one of them to support that because that's going too far. That's too woke. That's just it is flat out. Nobody needs to be a doctor to realize being overweight is putting extra stress on your heart. Period.
I mean, Trump has said a lot of very interesting things about nutrition and exercise and diet if you really wanted to get into that.
You know what's funny is that Lizzo has mucho confidence. And that's what I love about her. Even though she's fat and she's uglier than shit, she doesn't really care about any of that shit because she will get through that and everything else. And that's
Wasn't
why I
she
love her.
also fat shaming her dancers?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Who is
But
Lizzo?
a girl that can
Yeah,
eat, you know what I mean?
who
She
is
knows how to eat.
Lizzo?
She knows how to cook probably.
Who is
She's
Lizzo?
actually she's actually been on a diet. She's lost a lot of weight through exercise, and I'm assuming what she's eating as well. But I know the the truth always hits hardest.
Wait, who is it? What's her name?
Lizzo is an American singer, according to Google.
Is
Oh,
she
okay.
American or Jamaican or something?
She's
I agree
definitely
with her.
American.
I agree with her about one thing. It is all about the juice. I'll let that sink in, as Elon would say.
Trump is
Thank you.
overweight. Trump's overweight. He needs to go on a diet.
He's obese, but it's interesting because he has said that amongst other things he doesn't think exercise is good because he believes that humans have like only so much energy, like a battery that's not
Yeah,
rechargeable.
because he's old. He's old and rich. Old. He's saying
No,
old
he's had this belief for decades, and he's always believed that like
because
he's
he's rich. Everything is given to him.
He's always told other
Well, it's
people
not
like
given to
don't
him. You have
exercise.
to work to keep your riches. He's had this weird theory. This is like one of he's like known for this bizarre theory, but he does play a lot of golf. I mean, I don't know how much, I mean, it's a little bit of movement. It's not enough to lose
Well, I
weight,
think
but
he just plays it because he likes it. But he's on record of telling people over a long period of time like don't exercise and stuff like that because it's bad for your health. Shorten your lifespan. Basically.
He's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
You sure Trump don't
If you
drink?
walk if
He
you walk
says he drink.
if you walk playing golf opposed to riding a cart, you can't get significant exercise.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
a lot of exercise.
And plus, he has the
Honestly,
best
I
doctors in the
just want to
world. Like,
say this. I blame a lot of this on you men, not the men on the stage, because you guys have some
nah.
sense.
When's the last time
But
Trump been to urgent care? Trump don't go to urgent care.
no name, hold on. If you guys stop telling these girls that they look good being thick when we all can see that they're fat and obese, we wouldn't even be here. A lot of this is coming from the men glorifying the women, telling them that they look good.
Thick women look good.
Yo,
Fat
yo, hold
women
up, hold
don't.
up.
It's a
Yo,
difference
Messi,
between
who's gonna
thick
pay
and
our
fat.
rent?
It's
Who's
There
gonna
different.
pay
are
our
girls
rent?
that
Oh,
look
they're
good.
not
Who's gonna bring us
thick.
food when we're hungry?
They look horrible.
Like,
It's a
calm
bunch
down.
of it's a bunch of cellulite in a bikini. They look awful, and you
Is
guys are
is
It,
there
it,
a
it, it
glorifying
all
it.
depends on who you're talking about. You're
is
making a
there
general
a
statement.
is there a thick woman here on stage that
I
can
think Slim Thick looks
I am.
nice. I think Slim Thick when they've got like really thin arms, protruding, collarbones, like snatched waists, they're tidy on the top, and then bam, you get to the bottom, and you got the hips, you got the arse with no cellulite, you got the big thighs, small ankles. I think that looks nice.
Serena Williams in her prime is thick, and I dare you to call her fat. If you do, go beat her in tennis. I
Serena
bet you
looks
can't.
like a man. Like, what are we
What?
doing?
Well, I disagree with you. Like, you have your
Am
opinion,
I
I have mine.
tripping?
I bet
So,
she's
men
not
in the
fat. I bet you
room,
can't. I bet you can't run across the tennis court like her.
men in the room, does she not look like a man? Like the
she's
body?
one of the she's a special person. She's one of the greatest athletes that ever lived. Probably top five or something.
This is true, Norm, but it doesn't mean she looks good.
She looks
No,
like
What?
a
if
What?
you
What?
like
Doesn't make her
if
But
you
is
like
she
sexy.
fat?
you don't go
She's
for
not fat.
somebody.
Is she fat? Like, whether you like her looks or not, whether you're
Serena
dating
Williams
Right.
is
is
one
not
thing.
Is
But
she
fat.
is she
fat?
fat? You can't
No,
dare say she's fat.
that's muscle. That's all muscle.
I,
Like
I know if I get Serena
nobody can
pregnant, my
argue
kid gonna be
Michael
in the
Phelps
NBA
doesn't look good.
tomorrow too.
like
Right. We
It's a.
all
I know if I get her pregnant, my kid's
love
first round
Michael.
draft pick off the rip.
Like you
Yeah,
don't go with
I think some
Serena because
women are
she's
just
svelte.
jealous. That's
You
what I
go
think.
with Serena because of her human achievement. Like I don't do. Am I the only guy that doesn't go with women because I like the way they look? I go with the woman with the whole package: the brain, the personality, the sense of humor, the way they talk, the way they smell, the way they move, their confidence. Like looks is just one aspect, not
Yeah, I
even the
think
most important.
some women have, good weight distribution and some women don't. So some women they will, and I think the same applies to men, but particularly women because of the way that we're shaped. I think that some women can eat loads and the weight will go to particular places and they will look good. So they will have that small frame on the top and then that big frame on the bottom. And I think that's down to genetics. Some women will eat a lot of food and all the weight will go on the top. And now you're just, top heavy, you got no hips, but you've got these broad shoulders and this big back. So I think definitely, there's two different types of women and it's what category do you fit into.
Yeah,
100%. So to say all thick women are fat is ridiculous because it's ridiculous because it's
well,
ridiculous.
wait a minute. So
No one said that. I'm just saying a lot of women prance around here skinny shaming those of us that do not want to look like you at all. Because in my view, they look fat, but that's my personal opinion. Um, a lot of them are fat. That's all I'm saying. It's not thick.
And a
It's
lot
funny
of skinny
because
people, and a lot of skinny people are too skinny. Like, so what?
so J Lo, because for I she's 50 now or whatever, but back in her heyday, right? She was touted as she's thick. That the girl's a size 6. Like, are y'all okay? J Lo is a size 6. You are a 16.
She's a
Like, the
she's a six on the
definitions
top.
are off.
yeah.
So for her to if thick is a size 6, then cool, right? A lot of these girls are 16. That's fat.
I'm a
A size
I'm a
16
size
is fat. That just
4.
means and most girls will carry
Sometimes.
that as fat,
Yeah,
but not
Yeah.
all.
number
Sometimes
Yeah.
I'm a
16.
size 6, but I'm a size 4 for the most part. But who was calling her thick? Because I remember men calling her thick and uplifting her for her booty.
Yeah, she's like everyone used to call J Lo thick, and I'm just like, okay. I mean, she's a size 6,
Yeah, she
so
was
to
never thick to
me,
me, even on in
yeah.
Living Color.
They
She's
said she
never
had a
thick.
big bum. They
Great,
didn't say she was thick. They just
a
said she's
great
got a big bum.
physique.
I mean,
That's
all
Men
the
it.
have
men
no
around me
idea
did.
what size
I
6 means. I have no idea what size 6. Where do you measure? What do you? Well, I don't. What does it mean to be a size 6? What is
So,
that supposed
so
to mean?
MG, are you a size 2? I mean, what's like a good
Yeah,
fit?
that's a good question actually, because I think the sizes are different in the UK. Is size 6 the size of the waist? Is that what that is?
Oh well, I mean American standards. I don't know UK standard Storm.
But
So
I'm asking what the 6 applies to: the waist, the hip, the bust. Like what part
it's
of
the
the body?
waist. It's
The
the
waist.
waist.
Okay.
And by the way, Serena Williams was a size 10, and she was
Yeah,
nowhere near fat.
but she's a big back.
No, she's not.
Exactly.
She's big boned.
She's in
That's right.
better
That's
shape.
the excuse for overweight women. She's big
She,
boned. She's
she was
big
in
boned.
Listen,
better shape
listen,
than
listen.
everybody. She
Hold
was in
on,
better
hold on.
shape than everybody
No,
on this
hold
stage.
on,
What are you
hold on,
talking about?
Makima. Listen, if you guys are gonna go with the big bone thing, then you should go to the doctor and see if they could do a marrow fucking reduction. There's no excuse for this stuff. If you're bigger than you want to be, do something about it, and if not, just quit complaining about it.
She wasn't big enough she wanted to be. She was in perfect health. She was the best tennis player probably in the history of fucking tennis players, and in better
Oh
shape
my
than
god.
anybody on this fucking stage.
Yeah, Roger, every woman's body type is different. Some women have more dense
Yo. Whatever his
bones,
name is,
muscle
Roger.
mass.
Yeah, Trump is a
Yo,
fat
listen,
ass and
listen.
he's
If you
in
don't like her,
excellent
just say
health.
you
Hold
don't
on,
like
hold
her,
on,
dog.
hold
Why
on.
is
Why
everybody
is
talking at the same time?
Yeah,
Kelly, go
Dr.
ahead.
Catherine
Listen, if you
was
don't
no,
like
Dr.
Serena, you
Catherine
don't
was
like
speaking.
Serena. It's cool.
Hold on. No name, listen, you got to stop doing that shit. Dr. Catherine was speaking. No name, you interrupted, and then mindful because you interrupted, mindful then decided to interrupt you. So let's let Dr. Catherine say what she was saying.
Okay, I was just saying this, like the size depends on the designer, but the size isn't as important as the body composition. So that's percent body fat, which means how many total pounds or kilos of fat mass do you have versus muscle mass versus lean mass? Lean mass includes your body, bone density, your water, and your lean skeletal muscle mass. Fat mass, you can actually have a woman who's a size 6 who is like me, 5'11", and I may weigh 135 pounds, whereas you might have a five
Wait, you're
two woman.
5'11"?
I am,
You're
yeah,
5'11"?
yeah, and I'm more
Jesus
like a
Christ.
size 2 or 4, but depends on the designer, right? So the point being that like I weigh
Can I
more.
just say, hold on,
5'11"?
real quick.
5'11"?
Marvin, she's over 5'10".
And listen, I want to push back on this idea that just because someone's fat, they're always unhealthy. That's not the case. I mean, Trump is clearly a fat ass, but his doctor has said he's in excellent health.
His doctor's lying.
His doctor will
Catherine,
You believe that
will
nonsense,
The
say
dog?
doctor's
whatever
lying.
Trump
The guy
tells him
was
to
shot in the
say. Are
head.
you okay?
The doctor just wants to
Look at-
keep getting paid. That's what that is. He wants to keep his job. Catherine, I
What
wanted
do
to
you?
ask you.
He's gone
Catherine,
through 4 lawsuits, unending trauma, and then shot in the head, and then he jumps up with his fist in the air and the blood streaming down his face and wins the presidency.
he
This
got
is
shot in.
bad
All right.
He got
faith.
shot in
Can
the.
we
So
stay
what?
on
Got shot
point,
in
please?
the
Give
head.
it a break.
Catherine, can I ask you about weight distribution and how that works? Because, like you were
okay.
saying, some people. I was saying before you, when you left the room and you came back, before, while you was gone, I was saying that some people eat and some of the food goes to certain parts of their bodies. What is that about?
Well, it does. Some people tend to have a more androgynous or body shape where they're a pear or an apple size. That can depend on estrogen levels. That can depend on testosterone ratios.
Ah,
Cortisol tends to go to the belly, make you squishier. So you'll see the same person over different decades of their life, depending on their reproductive health span when they're making certain levels of hormones. Women, when they're highly estrogenized, are softer, they're squishier, they're more voluptuous. And then after menopause, some of them get downright bony and really withdrawn and cachectic looking.
Hey,
Other people, less so.
what about these women that have a kid and then they don't lose their baby weight? Can we figure out a solution for that? I mean, you can marry a woman that's in perfectly good shape, titties in place, asses in place, then they get married, they have a kid, and then all of a sudden their body goes to hell. How do we fix that problem?
You fix that by being a nice, kind husband and creating a safe space where she doesn't have to overeat,
Oh my God.
Mo-
overeat.
So
most
pregnancy is a time of dysregulated growth. So the body is making significant levels of growth hormones.
Yeah,
And
but
for
I'm
a
talking
woman
about the
who
bounce
has,
back. I'm talking about the bounce back. Listen,
well, and I'm
I'll
trying to
ex-
explain to you that this is called hormonal obesity, is that some women during that time of gestation, they go into dysregulated levels of insulin and they can become gestational diabetics or very close to that. And it can be much harder for them to lose the weight. And in the postpartum period, the levels of prolactin are very high so that the baby can be fed and make milk for the baby. And that impedes the synthesis of other hormones like estrogen and testosterone that keep a woman leaner.
But
So
Wow.
also,
it's
Catherine, don't some women
complicated.
like
It is.
men and women have different metabolisms, so it's easier for some women to recover after pregnancy, right? Because their metabolism.
Yeah, metabolism is a big factor. And really, a lot of women have a condition called Hashimoto's thyroiditis, or they have autoimmune thyroid dysfunction. And pregnancy is a big stress test for the thyroid gland. So they
what
may
do they
not
call it?
know.
What hold on, what do they call it? Quasimodo what?
Hashimoto's thyroiditis. That's an autoimmune disorder of the thyroid, and about 10% of women have underproducing thyroid glands. And during pregnancy, estrogen levels go very high, bind up the thyroid hormone, and then a woman can have a lot of fluid retention. And you'll see a very petite woman who was always 5'2", 110 pounds. She gets pregnant, blows up to 160, 180 pounds, and she can't lose those extra 20 pounds after she gives birth. That's mostly 10 pounds of water weights because her thyroid gland has been underperforming and she's not able to mobilize that excess water.
Wow. Wow. That's
Mm.
amazing.
So I think when we get into a marriage, we should have like out clauses, right? I also a big believer that that a marriage license should have an expiration date on it, and you should either pay for like a 5, 10, or a 15 year, and then if you have kids. I think that should automatically, like, it should kick into an auto like extension to that contract for until the child is 18. But I think people should have an out clause, and one of those out clauses should be, if let's say a woman enters the marriage at 120, and 5 years in she's at 240, I think there's got to be a threshold in which people could say, hey, look, this is unacceptable, and I don't think you should have to like give up half of your goods to somebody that doesn't take care of themselves. What do you guys think of that?
Well,
I
put
think
it
we
in
should
the
have
prenup, Roger. I
I
mean,
think we should have this
put
a
it in the
similar
prenup.
clause for the radius of the hairline from the center of the head to the circumference.
So I think that a beautiful face and I mean, I've only been with one woman that was uh, large, and but she was such a beautiful face. God, I have to stop and pause and think for a second. Excuse me.
Yeah, so somebody had mentioned the big boned earlier. So there are different body frames, right? Small, medium, large, etc., that are based on bone structure, but it doesn't really have a large effect on weight. It's very insignificant. Bones only make up about 12 to 15% of your body weight. So you're talking about a difference, maximal difference of maybe a kilogram or 2 kilograms or something like that. And a person who is so-called big bone isn't predisposed to being overweight. They're not, more likely to be obese or anything like that. These are all determined by either genetics or diet and exercise that are independent of the bones.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just the bones, Euro. Let's take the phenotype of the polycystic ovarian syndrome woman. She makes more androgen, so she has more muscle mass, so she has more
What
glycogen
percentage of the
storage.
population suffer from this tongue twister you just mentioned?
Maybe 10% polycystic ovarian syndrome. So these are women who make more testosterone, DHEA sulfate. These are hormones that women tend to have more muscle mass. They tend to have more energy, more libido, maybe more acne, facial hair, but they tend to also keep a little extra weight on. They're a little thicker, if you will. They're also a fuck ton stronger and less scrawny than other women. They have better bone density. They have a lot of productivity, competitiveness. They tend to be very successful women, but they're stronger, denser. And so, yes, their bone density may not contribute significantly to their overall weight, but their muscle mass is actually more like a man's structurally, where they carry more glycogen. And that glycogen is like the sugar water in your muscle. And that water weight is lean muscle mass uh, when you're looking at a DEXA or body composition exam. And
Wow.
that contributes significantly to a woman's body composition, where she can be sturdier, but actually have more subcutaneous fat than visceral fat.
Catherine, you have an awesome brain.
Yeah, Catherine, I don't disagree with all at all with the points that you're raising. I'm just saying it's not due to the bones. It's people making a big bone argument versus a small bone argument, and that's why I
Well,
say.
the bone density correlates with the muscle mass index.
So you're saying there's a correlation between uh, a bone size and obesity?
No, I'm saying there's a correlation between bone density and muscle mass.
Oh, and also,
Obesity in our
oh,
in our current system is defined as BMI, which it may be appropriate for 60 to 70% of the population, but we're missing up to 1/3 of people who the BMI is an inaccurate biomarker of their body composition, because they may be over muscled or they may be skinny fat, having sarcopenic obesity, which means under muscled and more fat. Fat doesn't weigh as much as muscle.
but Catherine,
This,
but Catherine,
okay.
people that are obese rarely have osteoporosis.
Well, it's complicated.
No, I mean
That's
that's just the data. You can look up the studies, which I've done.
So so when you think about growth hormone signaling, it's true. When the body is upregulated for nutrient signaling, usually you're going to see better bone density, higher muscle mass, higher adiposity, and an overall more nourished person. Osteopenia, osteoporosis correlates significantly with lower BMI, but that doesn't mean that you may not you may have a person who has a low BMI with osteopenia who's also under muscled. So you're right, it's correlated, but it's not all of it.
So, Catherine, you said that the BMI uh, leaves out a third of the population. Can you just elaborate on that point again?
Sure. So let's take a woman who's 5'2", who weighs 130 pounds. Her BMI may only be 23, 24. But by body fat percentage, she may be 37 to 42% body fat, which qualifies her with the diagnosis of obesity based on body fat percentage. But
Mm.
based on BMI, she's considered a normal weight. Now, we do make an adjustment for Southeast Asians because there is an ancestral profile where Southeast Asians have lower muscle mass. So BMI of greater than 25 is considered obesity or overweight.
Mm.
So there are some parameters that, we make concessions for, but the truth is the BMI is a crude biomarker. And what we're moving towards is a more biological BMI, which is the waist to hip circumference. So if you're thicker in the waist, that's what we call metabolic syndrome. And that means you're carrying fat around your visceral organs like your heart and liver. And that's metabolically very pathogenic, dysregulated fats. And fat is an endocrine organ that sends signals to other organ tissues that creates protein misfolding and aging and makes you sicker and older faster.
What is the name of that calculation to do with the waist and the hip? What did you call that?
It's the waist to hip ratio. So, I don't remember what it's exactly supposed to be, maybe point 0.8 or something, but your waist is supposed to be smaller than your hips,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
But what if you're a big ass like Latina woman that's got like you got some big hips and the waist is just smaller just by virtue of it just can't be as big as them damn hips.
So that's called slim thick, and that's a healthier person when they're slim thick. When they're
Thank
slim in
you.
the belly and curvier in the butt, that's usually a younger estrogenized woman.
All
And
right. Shout out to Slim Thick. I learned a term today, and I'm
Didn't
gonna
you hear
put
when
that.
I said that earlier, Roger?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna put that on my J date profile that I'm looking for Slim Thick.
That's why I brought up weight distribution, Catherine, because I was talking specifically about that slim, thick profile of women that might be a size, 6 on the top, but then they're 10 on the bottom.
yeah, that's common. So that's more of a pear-shaped distribution. And those women tend to retain fluid. So I might be more suspicious that they have a thyroid issue or low
Right.
iron, or for some reason they're not. I say their water's in their basement. We got to get the water out of the basement.
Well,
And
Right.
so
what do you think of women that fake the funk and put on a girdle to hold it in?
I think compression is a really important part of health. And so anything you can do to keep the body circulating, if it's compression garments, if it's a girdle, I think if you're looking at any woman on the cover of a magazine and you think that's what she really looks like, she is tucked and shopped, and that's not real. When you really hold a woman, you know what she feels like. That's what you got to be looking for.
So you believe in these girdles that hold the organs in their proper place?
I didn't say I believe in them, but I think that compression is important. Like if I'm going to just be watching a movie and sitting on a sofa, I've got to know that that is not good for me. That's being sedentary. So if I'm wearing compression garments, I'm helping my body circulate my lymphatic tissue and support circulation. I should be up just doing calf raises, squats, not sitting down, just doing nothing. But if I am sitting down doing nothing, I'd rather be doing that in Spanx.
Yeah, I
Slim,
think
slim,
most women
slim,
of a
slim
certain
thick sounds
age
like
wear Spanx, and they're not
slim thick
wearing it
sounds
for
like a
their
new
compression.
milkshake.
By the way, could the mods police the chat, please, if you post up to some racist crap in there?
What did somebody say? Can you read it out loud and I'll remove them.
Okay, I soused goat. I hate and in the N word, all in code, followed by black women, and then I'm not even going to read it, but pisses me
Ca-
off.
Catherine, can I ask you this question as well, right? Because
Wait, hold
you
on,
mentioned about
hold up, hold up. Everyone, hold up. Everyone, pause. Everyone, pause. Everyone, pause. Here's what we're gonna do. Instead of us just removing this person, I think what we should all do is we should all take this person called Sauced Goat, and we should go ahead and block them, and then that way they can't get back in any of these rooms. So Sauced Goat is getting blocked.
Also, I just want to say when you see something like that in the chat, certainly we can at
I just
some point.
blocked him. I'm a
de-
good listener.
Hold on just a second. Obviously, we can delete this, but we can't. We shouldn't delete things right away. People should report, block, do whatever they want to do. That's why we have the ability to do that. So the
Yeah,
better thing to do is to
that's an
report.
important thing to mention to people. If you ever modding a room, the idea that like, oh, somebody said something bad, let me go ahead and delete it. That is the worst possible action, because now you're robbing the room an opportunity of mass reporting somebody for saying this thing. And so, if you want to throw a block party for them, if you want to get it reported, you got to call it out and then let everybody do the work. And if we get all the people in the room to do the same thing, we will reduce the amount of weirdos that are on this app.
I wanted to ask Catherine, and I agree, Roger. I think that's a great strategy. I wanted to ask Catherine, what about the women who are the slim, thick women that are slim on the top, but the bottom half is not water, it's muscle. So they've got their booties muscle, their thighs are muscle. So obviously they're a lot thicker on the bottom. What's your opinion on that? Is that unhealthy?
No, having more muscle is a reservoir for disposing of glucose. So it tends to mean you have a better metabolism. So it's maintaining that muscle through the perimenopausal transition and as you're aging, and how you protect that muscle so it doesn't turn into fat later.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Shout out to the slim, thick women.
Hey, Storm, are you thin? Are you slim thick?
No comment.
Oh, you're a big back.
No comment.
What does big back mean? I always hear this term and I don't know what it means.
I don't know. Adam's turned me on to it, and I love it. I'm gonna keep saying it till somebody explains to me if I'm using it wrong or not. But
Is
I
it
think
just
I get it.
someone
I
who
think
has
it's.
a fat back?
I think yeah.
Yeah, just
I think it just means
back in the back.
somebody with it with an undesirably large backside.
Yeah, like if you have a double chin on your shoulders, that's a big back.
Not a backside, not back, not the bum. It's the back, the actual back. The person
Would Kim Kardashian be
and
considered
shoulders.
thick?
Yeah,
KJ
Kim
KJ has a
That
hot
Kardashian.
mic.
that
Hot
that
mic
that
on
girl
KJ.
that girl is a size 4. That's what I'm saying. Like Kim K's a
No, but
She's she's
she.
4.
obese. She's
No, but
obese.
she. Slim Fit
Yes.
talks about is.
MG, what are you talking about? Kim Kardashian is obese. We can't hear you.
No, Adams, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian women are all obese. Starting with the mother, then you have Kim. I feel like the only one who's not obese is Courtney. But I mean, if you look at Chloe, that's a wide back, filthy, wide, big back animal.
You haven't seen them recently. They're on whatever Ozempic, whatever this is. Like Kim K is like, I don't know. She may be a 2. She's really small. So is
Kim,
Megan the Stallion. They're all on Ozempic or whatever this crap is. They're really small. Go on her Instagram. She may
I.
be a 2.
You do MG. What do you think of I don't even know what their names are. The Kim Kardashian sister, the older one with the short hair that just
first of
had
all,
a baby.
MG, Marilyn Monroe was a size 12,
What do you
right?
think of her?
And
Do you
you
think
see
she?
what Kim Kardashian did to her dress when she wore it over to the Met Gala.
Do you
Okay, she
like?
ripped the
I mean,
dress.
look,
She's not a two.
I'm not a Kim K fan. I just like her makeup. Like I don't, Adams, what is this energy? I'm not a fan of hers. I just like her makeup. Um, yeah, that's it.
Do
I
you
don't.
like Courtney's new size? Is the question, MG? Is it Courtney? Who's the oldest one?
From what I remember on IG, they're all small, including Courtney. So I don't. I
No,
still on my.
Courtney's put on some. She's put on some pounds now, but she looks good, I think.
I'd have to go look. I don't know.
I think we should take a second to thank Dr. Catherine because the science of obesity is kind of fascinating. All this pathophysiology stuff, I'm fascinated, and you don't just get that every day. So thank you, Dr. Catherine.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. You know, there are less than 10,000 obesity medicine board certified doctors in this country. I put a link in the chat. If you take time to click on it, you'll see it shows a woman. Her name's Eleanor Anton, and she did an art exhibit called Time's Arrow, and she shows from the 1970s to 2017, 40 years, she's only gained 5 pounds, but you can see how significant the changes in her body composition. And I show that to petite women all the time, and I validate for them that 5 pounds is a really big deal. Because 5 pounds of fat metabolically is very significant. Whereas if it's 5 pounds of muscle, you could actually go down a size in your dress size. And so the BMI, the dress size, it's not the best indicator. You know, when you're thinking about how much heavier people get around their trunk, around their waist, that's metabolically very significant and is usually water weight, and that's resistance to flow, and that's what your heart has to pump against. That causes strain on the heart, that causes increased blood pressure, and over time, our cholesterol particles, our inflammatory particles, things just don't flow as healthy as they used to. And that's how we age over time. So, what we can do to delay the aging process, treating the weight is very important. Building the muscle is very important. And thinking to yourself beyond just what is the number on the scale, but what is my waist to hip ratio? You want to have some meat on your bones. You want to have enough fat that if you were to have an accident, have a burn, have trauma, you have some reserve so that your body wouldn't lose any muscle that you've earned. Because if you're too lean, that's actually what we call the obesity paradox. If you don't have enough fat on you, you'll lose muscle the minute you get sick. And that really sucks. You can get very deconditioned very quickly. So having a little bit of reserves is actually biologically very protective.
So
So
to answer the
Catherine,
question about the fat back or the big back, if you look at my PTR, where you see that what appears to be a cleavage is emerging from the shoulder and comes in towards the upper spine, okay, that is what is considered a big back.
So it has nothing to,
Exactly. The
it has
double
nothing to
chin.
do with an ass. It's just the back.
No, it's when, yeah, no, it's when your back has a double
Thank you.
chin on your shoulders.
so
Yeah,
But
so
that's
Catherine,
from too
Adams,
much
Adams.
cortisol. If you take a lot of steroids, that happens too. That's common with just too much growth in the system.
so Catherine, you've talked about BMI and you've talked about WHR metrics. What do you think about using percent body fat as a metric?
That's what I use in my practice. So I have a body composition, a bioimpedance analysis machine is like a $10,000 scale. I have one at each of three of my offices, and I get people on that scale. And then we can actually see the difference in body composition. What is the BMI? What is the visceral fat percentage body fat? We also calculate extracellular water to total body water, which is your body's bloat. You want water in your body, but you don't want it in your gutters and in the basement. You want it in the vascular system. And that's a big difference in how we age too. That's your inflammation.
Yeah, I've seen some places that like can give you like a thorough breakdown like that. What do you think about like these home scales that incorporate and show you percent body fat?
I think directionally, anytime you're trending it and you're moving in a positive direction, that's a good thing. I tell my patients if we can't get the data like on a scale like mine, let's do the waist to hip circumference. Let's talk about how much weight you can lift, how many squats you can do, how much exertion you can tolerate. And let's use those metrics if we're missing other metrics.
Or you can
Yes,
do what
MG, you
Michael
rang.
Pollan suggests: eat food, mostly plants, not too much. Go for a long walk after your dinner. Get in the water. Stay active, and then stop obsessing about your weight.
Well, personally, I feel a lot better when I eat more meat. When I incorporated more meat in my diet recently, my energy went up. I just overall felt better. So I don't know about this just mostly plants advice.
I don't know. I feel great when I have meat and then I have a full bowel movement. You got to have some meat. You got to have some fiber. You got to have some vegetables. I mean, I feel like people are afraid to eat vegetables unless they're smothered in a bunch of butter, salt, and a bunch of other caramelized, glazed bunch of BS. But my diet is not for everybody. I'm a very boring eater. At least once a week, I have a very, very, very extravagant big back meal. Okay, but that works for me. I'm at lunch right now. Instead of sitting down and eating, I had a salad while I was sitting and working and talking to clients, and now I'm walking around the block. I am walking around the block, one foot in front of another. Can you believe that?
That's what you should be doing, Adams. That changes your life right there. Getting 10,000 steps, that'll change your life, and it's free.
And
And I
when it
didn't.
rains, I have one of those little pedaling machines underneath my desk. So when it rains, I feel really depressed that I can't get out. So I have that little pedaling machine under my desk, keep the legs going. But no, I personally stay very active. Over the last 6 months, I've kind of slowed down. Before that, I was getting about maybe 50, 60,000 steps a day. So, it's just a matter of just getting out, using this clubhouse time. You guys always hear me out in the street. Some people think I'm driving. I'm not. I'm actually walking sometimes. I do have a car and I do drive very often and commute. But, after sitting in traffic for an hour, it's important to get up, take those dogs for a nice 45-minute to an hour walk, and just get out and be active. I mean, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. I mean, people want to make excuses in, oh, I don't have the time, I don't have the space. You could always jog in place. You could always jog in place. Did you guys know that?
Why are so many people lazy then? Like, I agree, it's not that complicated. I do generally what you are describing, and I'm not fat. But why is it so hard for so many people?
I think it's mental
because we've
health.
been because we've been conditioned into sensitivity and a rejection of shaming. I feel like there's a healthy shaming that does that is important in society to motivate and push other people to get up and to be active. Now, people's approach to doing that varies from person to person. People's ability to receive that criticism varies from person to person. But instead of attacking other people, when they receive criticism poorly, I think that people should look within. They should look at that scale, and they should start listening to their doctor, who's probably telling them, in their primary care, checkups, that they need to lose some weight. I mean, people like to chuckle that off and have a passing conversation about that as they're walking out the physician's door. Why don't you take some time and sit there and spend the majority of your physician's visit talking about how you're going to approach that weight? But for some reason, people don't want to do that.
Well, I agree with you. The only thing I'd add is, unfortunately, I think we have a fair number of doctors in this country who are fat asses as well.
I will never
I'm
go to a
confused,
fat doctor.
Mindful. I'm
Ever.
confused.
Ever. I would never go to a fat doctor.
Yeah, exactly. Mindful, weren't you just toting your Messiah Trump how he says exercise is bad, and you're wondering why people aren't exercising more? I'm confused.
I wasn't saying Trump said exercise is bad. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe I misread your comments in
Yeah,
chat
I
saying
definitely.
Trump is fat. You said he's fat, but yet he's perfectly healthy. You still stand by
No,
that?
well, he's clearly overweight, but his doctor has said he's in excellent health. So I don't. Is anyone disagreeing with those things?
His doctor, his $1 million retainer doctor. Gotcha. Thank you.
So
What
why are
what
we
does he
going to
weigh?
the why
He's
are we
about
going
what's he 6'4" or something? What does he weigh?
Is he that tall? I didn't realize he's got.
He's
No, he's not
very
six
tall.
four. He's barely 6'1".
Is that true? He towers over people when I see him in pictures.
It's
No, he's
probably
about six
his
one,
hair.
6'2".
Huh? So
It's
what's he
probably his
weigh?
hair.
Either like 6'1" or 6'2".
Yeah, clearly Trump is a badass, and that's all I have to say. But people can say their piece.
Well, clearly Trump is fat. I mean, just because I support him as a candidate doesn't mean that I can't sit here and say that he's fat. That's a big bitch. Okay? That is a very big man. Okay? That at the end of the day, people want to sit there and talk about, he's able to do this, his doctor says he's healthy. That is a fat ass man. Okay, anybody
Thank
who
you,
says
Adam, for
otherwise,
that. Thank you,
right?
Adam.
Okay, but
Thank
anybody
you.
who says otherwise, you're just delusional, or you're committed to this voice inside your head that just because it's somebody that you like means that you're going to completely ignore the status of their weight. And that's another thing too. I feel like what people just did in trying to weaponize constructive criticism, twisting and turning it, okay, is that same little fat voice that we've all been conditioned to hear in saying that fat is okay. Fat is not okay. It is
Now wait.
absolutely not okay, and I feel
I
like there's not enough of a conversation that we are having as Americans. Number one, in this anti-shaming culture, to where we're just accepting this criticism, we're criticizing it, and then we're not taking any type of constructive action. Like, that doesn't even make any sense.
what I'm
I
seeing
want
is he's 6'3" and 215. That is not fat.
He's not 6'3".
That's
I
that's
want
the number.
That
I don't.
was that was
guys,
self-attributed, and he had said 6'2" and 6'1"
guys,
And he's
previously.
definitely more than 216. If
guys.
you
I
believe that
want
shit,
all of
I
you.
got a
I want
bridge
all
to
of you
sell
to
you.
do what I just did, and I texted one of my fat friends, and I said, "No more." I want every single one of you on stage. Text one of your fatty friends and say, "No, no, no, we're not friends anymore until you get less fat."
Wait, you're friends with fat people?
I'm one less, and I can admit it.
Look, Trump is many things, but he's not a health guru.
I
He
think he's
has a
rather
quirky look.
dashing.
I think Trump's
No,
been
MG,
taking.
hold on. The MG, this is propaganda. See, you posted a link to these women's shows where they're going to continue to use a bunch of fancy camera tricks, a bunch of angles to distract the fact that the Kardashians are fat. I'm sorry. They're fat. Just because you take fat placement and you put it somewhere else to aesthetically make it look right does not mean that the said person is not still fat. They're just fat with modifications.
Respectfully,
Oh
MG,
my
why
God.
do you even click on that stuff? Like, why do you even care what the Kardashians are doing?
Oh,
Thank
I
you, Catherine.
don't. I
Thank you.
don't. I don't. I was just trying to prove a point to Adams. I could care less.
Yeah, like I'm not about to click on that. I I don't know who's
You don't
like,
have to. It was for
I,
Adams.
thank you. I don't feel compelled to. I'm just wondering why you
Perfect.
would
Then
even
let's move
post
on.
it,
Because
why
it
you would
wasn't
even
for you.
offer it.
I don't know why you're getting triggered. It's not even for you. It was a
Girl, I don't
conversation
feel
for Adam.
triggered. I'm just
Well, woman, it
wondering.
feels like it. Like I just told you, it's not for
Okay, those
you.
are your
So if
feelings.
it's
Those are your feelings.
so if it's
Just
not
asking.
if it's not for you, then let it go, right?
That's what Elsa says.
Well, I think the American diet culture is something wrong about the American diet culture.
Oh, at least one thing, yeah.
Um, Catherine, can we talk about the effects of food on mental health? Because my understanding is that a bad diet creates a low mood and anxiety, and some other mental health conditions. You or Euro or anyone else, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, what you eat has a lot to do with how you feel because we have this gut-brain axis, and the healthier your microbiome. So when you prioritize fiber and protein in the diet, then you're giving substrate to make short-chain fatty acids and amino acids will be there to create the neurotransmitters to lay down the serotonin, the melatonin, and to
Oh, right.
have the cofactors to make healthy neurotransmitters to feel better. So there is a biological basis to mood. We know there are some nutrients like folate, iron, omegas, vitamin D that can contribute directly to one's mood and mental health function. And then we also know exercise is really important for upregulating brain-derived neural factor and myokines in the muscle that stimulate synaptoblastic growth of brain health. So, for many reasons, diet and lifestyle contribute significantly to mental health. Having said that, some people have optimized diet and exercise, and they still have mental health issues, and in which case we have some pharmacologic agents that can really help them get unstuck.
So can you just give some food examples that can have a positive impact on your mental health?
Yeah, I think leafy green vegetables will upregulate folate. I think if you eat meat, you know, your meats can upregulate iron signaling. So if you have iron deficiency and that's causing depressed mood, that can help. Otherwise, you can do spinach, eggs, if you eat eggs, pumpkin seeds, edamame can be a source. I think sometimes we call it the elimination diet. So if you eliminate flour, sugar, and dairy, and then you know, kind of eat more just like veggies and protein, even if it's non-animal based protein, if that's your preference. Then when you try to reintroduce, if it's flour, sugar, dairy, if you see a change in mood or a change in inflammation, then that might help you see the signal once you reduce the inflammation.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you want to take into account, as Catherine mentioned, for producing the neurotransmitters, which are important in regulating mood and emotions, is to make sure your diet includes nutrients like omega-3 fatty acids, B vitamins, and certain amino acids, which are essential for their production.
Catherine, do you have any advice for people to try to lower the amount of microplastics? I was reading a recent study where they were finding high levels of microplastics in people's bodies.
That's an awesome question. And Sanjay Gupta just did a really good podcast about that. I'll link it in the chat. But what I learned from that was don't reheat anything in plastic. Get rid of like the plastic laundry pods you use, dishwasher pods. Get rid of all the plastic uh, stuff you're cooking with. And anytime you're heating anything, avoid using plastics there. Um, and they also went into like some more details about if you're drinking out of plastic, which they prefer you don't, like what the composition of that plastic is. So I think we have to accept that plastics are in our environment, but can we reduce that toxic burden? I would say absolutely. and thinking to yourself, where are these synthetic fibers in your furniture, in your environment? How can you say, yeah, now every time I see plastic, I just cringe, and I'm thinking about it because I'm wondering, is it like wrecking my blood vessels, And maybe that's a bit hyperbolic, but I think you just take a different perspective once you see the science of what microplastics have done and how we've introduced so many plastics into the foods, into how we carry food, transport food. Plastic bags are everywhere. So yeah, I just prefer paper and metals if possible.
Yeah, I think Catherine's already mentioned like the importance of diets high in fiber, but also you want to have diets that are high in antioxidants and healthy fats, which help reduce inflammation, which has been linked to both depression and anxiety, and also consistent blood sugar levels from balanced meals help prevent mood swings and maintain cognitive function. Uh, Catherine also mentioned some foods to avoid, sugary foods, drinks, highly processed food. But excessive caffeine may increase anxiety, and alcohol can disrupt neurotransmitter balance. So, those are some things to look out for.
Kathleen, what's your opinion about cooking the food by water instead of oil?
Lard or tallow is better.
Catherine, did you hear KJ's question?
Actually, I didn't understand it. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What's your opinion about cooking the food by water instead of oil?
Cooking in water instead of oil. What's your opinion?
Oh, cooking in water instead of oil. So steaming sounds healthier. If you're going to use oil, I would prefer you use an avocado oil or a olive oil, healthier oils that are not, hydrogenated vegetable oils. Um, but steaming sounds lovely. Air frying is also good. So the healthier the oil, the less processed the oil. Grass-fed butter is another substrate. So I think it really depends on your lipid metabolism. So some people are very sensitive to saturated fats, especially if they have genotype the ApoE4. And we're learning more about lipid metabolism, and that's part of precision medicine is how we can say, okay, here's what we see in your labs, and here's what we expect. If you make dietary changes, we might see healthier signaling in your metabolism of certain fats.
Yeah, and cooking with like small amounts of healthy oils, like olive oil, can actually help absorb fat soluble vitamins. So it's not always bad.
Catherine, do you know much about the link between obesity and lower sperm counts in men? We're seeing men having lower and lower sperm counts.
Yeah, so with obesity, we see dysregulated hormone signaling. And so there is a testicular hypofunction where the total testosterone made tends to be less. And just as if there was any inflammation in the system from a toxin, if it was alcohol or if it was cannabis, if it was opiates, you'll see less healthy sperm motility. When we add calorie restriction and or exercise, or we use the calorie restriction or exercise mimetic like metformin or GLP or rapamycin, we see healthier sperm motility. So I do think that more exercise, underfeeding can upregulate sperm health.
Yeah, and there's some other dangers too, in addition to just the lower sperm concentration and the reduced motility. There's an increase in abnormal morphology and DNA damage because the increased oxidative stress can cause DNA fragmentation.
And if we really get to this, when we think about where autism is going up, the rise in hypogonadic obesity with impaired spermatogenesis is probably the link to autism that we're seeing. And that's because we've learned that the paternal DNA is most causal to the autism rates and incidence.
Are you saying that fat men are fathering autistic children in greater numbers?
Well, anything that makes the sperm older. So obesity is a contributing factor, any impairment, age is a factor as well. So the most causal link has been the age of the paternal DNA. But we are learning too that it's not chronological age as much as it is biological age. And so biological aging can come with methylation, with inflammation, and obesity tends to trend with those factors.
So a couple of weeks ago, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I mentioned something and I didn't get your feedback on it, and I wanted to hear it. There are studies that show that obesity is directly related to lower cognitive performance. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if we think about how obesity trends with inflammation and gut dysbiosis, we know that more inflammation, less omega-3, DHA, less short chain fatty acids will impair sensory speed, cognitive function, memory processing, rates of ADHD, dyslexia. And this is why you see DHA added into most foods, and that is because this low-fat diet we've told women and our populations to eat has really just created a higher rate of ADHD and anxiety. So we're trying to bring back the healthy DHA. Um, just like we do with folic acid, and we know that's good for the brain as well. If you can get those sourced without processed foods, I think that's a far better strategy. So, obesity is a very aging process. It causes dysregulated inflammatory signaling, poor protein recovery. It causes senescence or zombie-like activity of the immune system, and we see higher levels of blood sugar, higher levels of stress hormones. And so biologically, the system is older. And we know that the older the system, the more comorbidity we expect to see.
So
Kath,
you feel like stress eating is cyclically disruptive because, to your point, overeating could then, cause lower cognitive performance and cause, people to become more stressed out. So do you feel like people who turn to this excuse of stress eating are being, cyclically damaging to their system?
Well, I wouldn't shame them because when you have high rates of cortisol, if I were to prescribe you prednisone, which is cortisol, you'd be super hungry. You'd be super anxious. You'd have trouble sleeping. You'd feel out of your head. And I can make you fat and I can help you. You'd lose your muscle over time and your bone density. So when you think about dysregulated stress, and that can be from hypervigilance because of violence, because of trauma, because of whatever the stress is, that's the problem. So we're in a very obesogenic, stressful environment. And for some people, that's because they're on TikTok. For other people, it's because their father's a drunk. For other people, it's because their dad's not home. For other people, it's because, there's violence, or so many factors go into where all of this stress is coming from. But it's absolutely causing uh, a factor of obesity that creates more hunger, that creates food addiction. And what we've learned is that this is treatable. And that's why these medications like glucagon, like peptides, help your body to get out of this sympathomimetic wired and tired place into a rest and digest, recovery and healing place where you feel satiated. And that tends to have a calmer brain that doesn't seek alcohol, that doesn't seek food, that tends to feel safe.
so
And I think that's important to health.
you utilize the GLP-1 inhibitors in your practice?
They're actually GLP agonists. And so
Oh, I'm sorry.
glucagon, like,
You're
that's
right. I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, but Elon Musk made the same mistake. GLP agonists are glucagon like peptides are normal peptides that your body makes when you eat. And the half-life of this peptide is about 90 seconds. When you have a formulation like Ozempic, the half-life is more like 5 days. So the feeling of I'm so full, I can't have another bite is extended from just 5 minutes to 5 days. And that creates a significant impact on one's dysregulated feeding, hunger, and circadian rhythm that has this dysregulated cortisol spike.
Is
So the GLPs can be very helpful to get somebody back on track so that they have less what they call food noise, hunger, and they can start eating healthier, which means they're making healthier proteins and short chain fatty acids, and then they feel calmer, and then they, over time, may need less drug to help them maintain a healthy lifestyle. They just, like many medications we use, they help you get there. And in some cases, it's a maintenance therapy to keep you healthy.
That's what I was going to ask you is what have you seen, with your practice? Are you able to titrate many people off, or do most people have to stay on?
So everybody's different, but some people have such significant levels of insulin resistance, and we have very lean people who have type 2 diabetes and benefit tremendously from these medications as well. So I've seen a little bit of all of it, where some people can do the microdosing. I've seen some people I have on supraphysiologic dosing of what's currently FDA approved, and that's what precision medicine is we titrate the dosing to the person. And we use that medication as an adjunct to dietary changes, lifestyle changes while we're working on hormones and diets and stress management.
And we touched on the body composition earlier, but I just wanted to connect it specifically with this class of drugs. And what have you been seeing I mean, I'm guessing with the patients you work with, you're so tightly working with them, but the concern is the decrease in muscle tissue, when people are going on these drugs. So is it just when you work closely with them, you're not seeing them lose that important muscle mass?
Oh, this is a great question. And so the muscle mass has been overstated, the lack of muscle. When you lose weight, so let's say I have a patient who's lost 100 pounds. Of that 100 pounds of weight loss, about 10 to 15 pounds of it will be read as water weight. That water weight comes as a reading of lean muscle mass or lean body mass, and often is read on a DEXA machine as skeletal muscle mass. So the distinction is that, yes, when we get you to your dry weight, we're taking volume off, and so your muscle density is less, but your lipodystrophy in the muscle, meaning the fat in the muscle, the dysfunctional muscle signaling and the bloat in your muscle is also less. So what's read as muscle mass is actually, from a metabolic and functional perspective, stronger muscle. So the scale may read on certain scales that there's less muscle, but it's really the lack of water weight, which is the glycogen depletion. So if you're adequately feeding protein, you may be adding creatine. It takes time for the body to recalibrate and get the water weight back where it belongs and restore glycogen, but you have to deplete glycogen to burn fat eventually. And that requires calorie restriction and changes in insulin signaling to do that. So you will get a drier weight, which is a healthier body because the heart doesn't have to pump as much. And so that's eventually what happens. I think the science yet hasn't been widely appreciated. I've been prescribing these medications for almost 5 years now. And before that, I was just prescribing calorie restriction, extended fasting, nutritional ketosis, which these just get you there a little faster. So it's less white knuckling it, but the outcome is the same, just as if we did bariatric surgery. The post-bariatric surgery diet is like 600 to 1100 calories a day. That's mostly what I call fasting fluids, water, coffee, tea, broth, electrolyte waters, you're just living on fumes and basically living off your fat stores. Then you burn down your fat. Your body's not stupid. It won't burn muscle when there's fat to burn. It will burn the fat first, but it will dry up your muscle and then you build back better.
What are the government rule on this issue? Like, what you guys think about that?
The fuck you say?
Oh, the government rules.
I think
The
he's asking
government's
about
role.
regulation. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, how about the
like,
government
what
just stay out
should
of
the government do
Yeah,
to
I'll
solve the
explain. I
fairness?
think the government should stay the fuck out of it. The end.
Catherine, I'm curious if you're familiar with the Australia 8700 campaign and if you had any thoughts about that.
No, what is it?
It's just a campaign that they push to remind people to keep their daily intake to 8,700 kilojoules and to stay healthy. So basically, they're giving like a specific number as their public campaign.
So they're just giving a public health, like everybody should have this many calories and just go with it?
Well, I mean, I think they're just mentioning it like they make that as a benchmark, and then they say they're trying to encourage people, I guess, to think about their energy consumption and their dietary needs.
Well, I think it's helpful, but just, I mean, the last time I was at a McDonald's drive-through was, I don't know how many years ago, and it said how many calories is in a Big Mac, but it didn't stop anybody from eating all those Big Macs.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the earlier conversation about all the plastics and other things that are in our bodies and say that I'm not a huge supplement person, but there is something I've discovered called Clean Slate. It's made by a company called Roots, Roots, and it's devised to get rid of, to eliminate the toxins and the metals and plastics in our bodies. And it's something you take over, several months. But I noticed by the second and third month that I was feeling differently, looking different. My skin had changed. I just felt better. You just feel better on it. And it's something I'd feel comfortable recommending. So I'll throw it in the chat. It is FDA approved also.
Yeah, to the McDonald's point, it is wild to see how many years, how many decades did it take the FDA to actually realize that, oh, yeah, actually, maybe Americans should know what they're putting in their bodies.
Yeah, because thanks to all these regulations, you are now 10 more layers removed from where the food's produced because us farmers can't sell directly to people due to all the wonderful regulations.
Not unlike the regulations put on marijuana farmers, where it's legal, that is, to be able to sell commercially.
Did you just compare food with marijuana as being the exact same thing? Okay, that's what I
You're
thought.
right. You're
Thank
right.
you.
Fair enough. That's true. Fair enough. We actually don't really need food. My bad.
All right. By a show of hands, whose dad is still not home from the bars? Okay. I'm going to put my hand up and I'm going to hope it's not a
You're the
really,
only
yeah.
So I do have a question in what somebody just said as far as you don't need to eat. I feel like that's a half truthful statement. I feel like in America there are some people that live to eat as opposed to eating to live. So where does that come into the conversation as it relates to obesity and the lack of self control? Do you necessarily need to eat when you feel like eating, or should you be eating when you're hungry?
Well, I tell my patients hunger is just your body looking for energy. So if you have stored energy, the goal is for your body to use the stored energy. So hunger is just a signal that, yeah, maybe your body's looking for energy, but I'd say eat this, pointing to your fat, and I'll feed you later. You want to have your body live off the land a little bit before you refeed it. But if you're lean and you don't have stored energy, you should eat when you're hungry, because if you don't, you're going to lose muscle to make energy.
Yeah, unless it's 20 below, then you just eat. But the only thing I'll say is, yeah, don't eat, but make sure you're still getting enough of your essential vitamins and nutrients. That's the kind of catch 22 that a lot of people eat and they're satiated on a caloric intake, but not on the actual vitamins and minerals they need to convert and do the process to transition that fat to actual usable energy without, degrading some muscle.
Well, Catherine, what you said was quite interesting. I'm wondering what you think of the zone diet because, the proponents of that say that you shouldn't wait till you're hungry to eat. That it's about maintaining even levels.
Well, as
Yeah, but
far as, I mean, they wrote a book. I'm telling you what I tell my patients based on what I know about their body composition. And if you have stored energy and you feel hungry, you don't have to eat because you have stored energy. Your body will metabolize this stored energy in the absence of exogenous energy input. You can choose to eat, or you can see if your body will metabolize the stored energy. That's called glycogen depletion, and then gluconeogenesis, which is ketosis. And then when you do eat, you can even maintain nutritional ketosis and you can burn fat while eating. This is a scientific method. So, whatever the Zone Diet book says, that's just a book. What I'm telling you is what I've learned helping people lose weight.
Well, and I know it also important to make sure you know what you're eating because there's a lot of people that are under supplying their needs that they started eating more protein rich foods and they actually started losing weight. It showed up as more caloric intake, but they just increased their protein levels by varying what their diet was and actually started losing weight because their body was now able to process what it needed.
so Dr. Catherine, what do you think about New Year's resolutions related to people setting certain goals for weight? Do you feel like these are empty, resolutions, considering that by, June or July, those said people's plates are always full. So, I mean, do you feel like these are empty promises? Like, do you see a movement of people that come into your office setting unrealistic goals and then you having to continue the conversation of, the importance of losing weight 6 months after the New Year's?
Well, look, failing to plan is planning to fail. New Year's is like every 4 years we get sold hope and change and we vote for hope and change. Every January 1st, everyone's living on hope and change that whatever they ate and all that eggnog and all those holiday cookies are going to come off. And whatever. This is human behavior. Only 5% of people who lose 10% of their body weight keep it off after a year. That's a fact.
I'll add in there that self-improvement books are always published in the fall or on Christmas. I mean, or on New Year's rather, on January 1st. If you are an author of a self-improvement book, that's when you want the book to come out because that's when people are most willing to look at their lives and say, okay, I'm going to do this. How often people actually follow through is another thing.
That's a really good point. Like, do you feel like, you know, releasing a book at that time of the year is just, targeting people that are more susceptible to be lying to themselves.
Isn't that what
But
marketing is?
sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Catherine.
Well, I didn't go to business school, but I mean, Kellogg's is the most successful business school we have, right? And they got people to believe cereal is good for you and it's food. It's not. You can eat other things. Uh, why do people sell certain books at certain times of the year? Is it predatory? Are they vulnerable? I think that's just marketing. I don't even go to the grocery store because most of what you see there is not food. It's just marketing geniuses putting stuff in geographically, optimized places for you to buy shit you don't need. That's not food.
Well, and I'd answer your question. I mean, I can only speak specifically about book publishing because that's my wheelhouse. But, do I think is it manipulative? It's branding. All branding is manipulative. You're looking for a market, and yes, people are more vulnerable at those times of years, and they're more likely to be open to looking at their lives and saying, and maybe really genuinely wanting to make change. Do I think that that's a responsibility? Do I think it's irresponsible to then offer tools then? No, I think it's smart actually to offer tools then.
Yeah, I don't see it as a negative thing. I mean, if you're writing a self-help book, I mean, presumably you believe that you're providing assistance, and the fact that you're timing it at a time of year when people are looking to improve themselves, I mean, it just seems normal to me, I guess.
Look, you're going to see more relationship books published on Valentine's Day than any other day of the year. That's obvious. That all those things make sense. They're just common sense, right?
I think a bigger concern was the uh, multi-year, if not multi-decade campaign by the sugar industry and others to convince Americans that low fat was good for you, so they could sell their sweeteners. I think it's pretty funny that some people still think that that's the case. That fat is the enemy.
And that's where I say, there we go again, trying to normalize fatness. I mean, is fat the enemy? I mean, I would say that a lot of fat people would say that fat has been probably one of their biggest, most altering enemy.
No, I guess I wasn't clear. I'm
What
not
you
talking
saying?
about
The diet is
people.
not the enemy.
I'm not talking about people being fat. I'm talking about fat in the diet, which is misunderstood. You want to have,
Oh, got it.
yeah, and you want to have healthy fats.
But yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree with you with that. Everything in moderation. But as it pertains to people, I definitely think that this overly fat indulgent culture is definitely a enemy to civility later on down the road.
Can you tell me why it's an enemy to civility, Adams?
Because people are always going to want to consume more and more. And when they get desperate in not being able to physically keep up with the demands of preserving those said, resources, that's when people tend to get violent.
Oh, I thought you said senility. Sorry.
Gluttony is a sin.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen through civilizations, if fat people get hungry enough, wars break out. Y'all think I'm trolling. Like, this is legitimately a result of a life conditioning process to think like this.
So ABC and Stephanopoulos have just apologized to Trump and paid $15 million in a defamation suit to settle a defamation suit.
Do you have any more like context about what was defamatory?
Yeah, so there was an agreement made, and the George Stephanopoulos and the network issued a statement that they regretted the comments they had made that prompted the lawsuit. I believe it was in connection to presidential library or something like that. No, I take it back. The $15 million is going to the Presidential Foundation and Museum to pay for comments that George Stephanopoulos made in March of this year, where he was interviewing a representative, Nancy Mace, and he said, "You've endorsed Donald Trump for president. Judges and two separate juries have found him liable for rape and for defaming the victim of that rape," quote unquote.
I remember that interview. I didn't expect this though. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised given the way Judge Kaplan had ruled previously, because Judge Kaplan said that even though what Trump was actually found liable for was sexual abuse under New York law, he said that does not mean that she failed to prove that Trump raped her, as many people commonly understand the word rape.
So basically, the lawsuit is saying that he was found liable for sexual abuse, but she didn't meet the standard to say that he was found liable for rape itself. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Trump sued because Stephanopoulos kept using the word rape over and over, and like about apparently like 10 times, and he wouldn't back down from it. And technically, what he was found liable for was sexual abuse. But previously, a judge had ruled that, um, I don't, well, I just read the direct quote, so I don't want to paraphrase it, but essentially, Judge Kaplan agreed with the use of the term rape, because the way it's commonly understood, that's what he was found liable for.
And keep in mind, sexual abuse could be flinging your used condom at a person you just had sex with in an abusive manner.
Well, yeah, but that's why Judge Kaplan ruled that it was rape. Trump also has a lawsuit outstanding against CBS.
I don't really understand that one, but then again, I only heard that he has a lawsuit. It has something to do with the kind of patchwork of releases of the Harris interview. So what is the suit? Like, what's the basis for it?
Yeah, so you're correct. So he's suing CBS for $10 billion in damages, and he's claiming that their editing of the Harris interview on 60 Minutes constitutes election interference.
And to some degree, he may be right because unfortunately, in this country full of dumb people, the media's influence in our election is what the media's influence in our election is.
It's interesting. I guess, I don't know the history of like lawsuits like this that I guess pertain to election interference. I would have presumed, I think that one would have had to have lost that election to have standing in that case, but I guess not. Are there examples of this in the past that like we can use as some kind of a benchmark to gauge this suit or no?
The
I'm
states
not,
that he did lose.
yeah, I'm not familiar with too many like cases that are suits that are brought on the basis of election interference, but generally speaking, the media tends to win these types of lawsuits um, because the legal standard is set very very high, and the onus is to prove intent and whatnot, and actual malice. So it's very difficult.
And Adams, I appreciate what you're saying because he did lose some states, but he, unless I'm misunderstanding, I'm pretty sure he filed this before the election. That was the only reason I said like I brought that up.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you, but I mean, could that perhaps have been him forecasting that he was going to lose those said swing states and the ones that he did, as a result of them making the impression that the interview unfolded the way that it was? I mean, it's an interesting case, but I hear where you're coming from. Because some people do file lawsuits that basically account for damages that are still incurring as the lawsuit's happening. You know what I mean?
No, I mean I get it. But I mean there's a yeah, I don't even think it matters with this so much, but I guess it's a funny question because I mean Trump had some commercials that, or maybe not Trump, maybe it was PACs that made commercials that one could argue were edited in a way to make people perceive the message differently. I feel like that's the nature of campaigns. So I don't know. It would be interesting to see what anyone had to say about this. In the chat, someone wrote that it would have been to Harrison's benefit to show up on some of these podcasts, or I think Lex Friedman and Rogan were the two mentioned. I mean, you never know. Like, Harrison's not a great communicator, and I'm not saying this to be in support or not in support of her policies or, anything that she was campaigning on. I consider this to just be true. Like she doesn't do a great job in I'm trying to think of any interview where she did exceptionally well. There were some where I think that she was fine, but I don't know that it would have benefited her to go on to any of these. I think that there's a great chance that she could have just emphasized maybe one of her weaknesses, which were these interviews, generally speaking.
Yeah, I agree with Kelly. I'm not convinced it would have made any substantial difference, and I think there might have been a real risk that she would have suffered a setback. So,
I know that she has mentioned, I can't remember which media outlet this was, but that she was still considering a run in 2028. Does anybody think that that's feasible, or that that should be? Does anybody see see a circumstance in which that could be a reality?
well, I think she's going to do it. I think she's likely to run. Um, I don't think her prospects of winning are all that great, but we'll see what happens.
So I guess that we could assume that she's going to run, but I just wonder, like, in terms of campaign donations, what that's going to look like, because there's got to be some kind of a minimum before people, decide that this is really something they can do, right? Like, don't you need some sort of buy-in? I mean, that's the one thing that I thought was curious coming out of this election. Like, there were a lot of donors who were really pissed off.
Yeah, I don't think she'll win if she runs again. I mean, I don't know if it's by association, stepping in at the 11th hour when senile Joe was struggling putting a sentence together. That was just an absolute horrible look for the party. I don't know. I'd be surprised actually if Newsom didn't throw his hat in.
Yeah, when I say she's going to run, I'm saying that she's going to run in the primaries. I don't know that she's going to win the primaries, um, but we'll see. I mean, she has a better chance now than had she not been the nominee. But her chances of winning, her chances of having, being able to win this last primary, had they had one, would have been relatively small. So.
Does
I don't know. I
anyone?
thought it was a great showing for the party that they stuck behind Joe Biden until they absolutely couldn't anymore when he had to start showing his face in public and not just behind his close advisors. So I thought it showed exactly what was being stood up for, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
agree that there are questions around that, which I think, regardless of, what blame lies at her feet, which I think arguably it's fair to say that plenty, it's a complicated thing because Joe Biden obviously wanted to continue running. I don't think they were in a great spot. It seems like Joe Biden was a big part of why they were in that spot. But go ahead, Moose. I'll ask my next question since it sounds like you're going to
no,
respond to
yeah.
that.
I was just gonna say thanks, Kelly, but I think it was just Biden should have stepped down like a year ago. Like it just looks such. It appeared to be such, and I think it was a desperate move for him to step down so close to the election, and I think she was set up for failure. I don't think anybody else who would have stepped in would have actually even had a better chance. It just looked like such a scramble by the left.
Yeah, Biden never should have entered into the race at all. I mean, he had previously promised not to, and he should have stuck to that promise. Um, if they had had a legitimate primary, I don't know who would have won it, but I suspect it would not have been Harris. She's just not that strong of a candidate. Um, she would have done relatively well in that primary only because she's the vice president, but I think that there are probably stronger candidates in the party that would have won that primary had they had one.
I think if it was
Uh,
anyone else aside from Trump, Biden might have stepped down. I just think it was an ego pissing contest, and it just he put personality over principle, and his legacy would have been him stepping down for the greater of the nation, if that's what he wanted for his legacy. But honestly, I think it was the chip on the shoulder, that if it was anyone else, he might have stepped down, but he was in for the fight against Trump.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the problem is ego and the people around him, pushing him for this because there's a lot of self interest in this. So I think that unfortunately these people are attracted to power and want to keep it, and they pushed a candidate that they knew wasn't really ready, or they deceived themselves into thinking he was ready.
So I was going to ask this, and this I'm interested to hear what people's responses are. But does anyone think that John Fetterman has a career ahead of him that might include running for president?
No, not president. I think that he can continue to be in the position that he's in, but not. I do not see him going to the extra mile to run for president like that.
Yeah, I don't know that that's something he'd be interested in. I'm just curious if people think that it would be possible. Because he's kind of separating himself from Democrats, but then there's also just like uh well, setting his health issues aside at this moment. I mean, just the way that he dresses, the way that he kind of presents himself is also different. But like we're seeing a lot of changes in the way the electorate values that stuff anyway. So that's why I had the question.
Fetterman's the only person that I've ever known of that had a stroke and then came out of it like better. Usually it's debilitating. He had like a stroke that like landed him in a good spot. It was like all of a sudden he started making more sense after post stroke.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes. It's relatively rare, but due to the brain plasticity, it does happen sometimes that you get a reorganization that is actually beneficial.
So are we done talking about fat people? Is that what happened?
Good riddance. Good riddance.
Well, we're done talking about fat people. How about I put in the chat? Airbnb is turning the Coliseum in Rome into essentially a theme park.
I am appalled, dismayed. They should be shot.
Agreed,
Why?
wholeheartedly.
Why?
Let's
Why?
Airbnb the
Wait,
pyramids while we're at
wait.
it.
Well, hold on. The last blockbuster video in Oregon was Airbnb'd out. So, like, I mean, if we could use such landmarks as that, why not the Coliseum?
Because the Coliseum is worth way more than a theme park.
Why?
It,
What
it
type of
tells
theme
you
park?
way. It tells you way, way, way more about the people who governed that area than hey, they killed
I'm gonna
people on Gladiator.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. If they are going to use this other than a museum or some sort of tourist spot, what they should do is they should have. You should have, Dana White should get the UFC to put like the biggest fight in the Coliseum. That would be fucking cool.
It's still too touristy for me, but yes, I could see my way to supporting that.
Why can't
Yeah.
they? Why can't they like not redo it, but like put stuff over it so that you can protect the old building, but you know put it, make it so it's kind of refurbished a little bit.
Well, okay, so I looked at the link. And Marshall, you are totally signing up for this. It's 16 people get to go pretend to be gladiators and wear like old armor and stuff like that and hang
Oh,
out
I would
for a
so sign up for
short-term
that in a
rental.
heartbeat.
They're not changing or anything like with the structure, and they're working with UNESCO. So I think everything's going to be protected. It looks like some type of partnership to maybe, I don't know, boost tourism or something.
Yeah, I'd sign up for that. That would work out. If it's for UNESCO, let's do it.
Wow. Wow, you flipped really quick.
I'm
We
just
can't
surprised
hear you,
they didn't have the
Roger.
Mike Tyson fight. Whoever that guy, I don't even know whether the Mike Tyson and the schmuck.
Jay Paul.
Uh, yeah, the scripted fight they had. They might as well have just had that in the Coliseum. I mean, it was such a circus anyway.
God, that mic is intense. Roger, we can't hear you. You're very low.
Your phone
What?
is up your ass.
Why? You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Well, there you go. You guys are so aggressive today.
I would go to Rome to watch Marshall fight in a gladiator simulation.
Couldn't we just start by going to medieval times and like putting him
That
on
is a
some?
good start.
Yeah, that's more Marshall speed.
No, Marshall deserves the best.
If he goes on his birthday, they'll knight him. Gets a photograph taken, the whole bit. It's a good
Um,
experience.
I don't know. I want to hear Marshall in the Coliseum say, "Are you not entertained?"
You know he
Well,
gonna
that
get
would be
a.
the. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I would too.
That's classic Marshall right there.
I just want to see the picture of Marshall holding that turkey leg, and with that crown on top of his head.
Now that shit would be funny.
I hear those crowns are pretty heavy too.
Has anyone seen Gladiator 2 yet?
Yes.
Me, I've seen
Thoughts?
it.
It's good.
Of
Is
course,
it
Marshall's seen it. He's just prepping for his actual event.
is it as good as the first one?
There's some aspects that are better and some aspects that aren't as iconic.
No, it's not. The first one is hands down still the better flick.
Did you
Day
know that
two.
Ridley Scott, when it was flirting with the idea of making a Gladiator 2 years ago with Russell Crowe coming back, but he would be dead and he would have been fighting gods? I think that's the version I want to see.
I mean, they got like they got like two things right. Like the sadisticness of Geta and Caracalla. Geta in particular, Caracalla was like a little smarter than Geta. And then they got Macrinus right. Not his skin color. Macrinus was not black, but Macrinus was an emperor for like literally about 11 and a half months, and the Praetorian Guard assassinated his ass.
You know what we should do? We should put like do a gladiator video and then just put Marshall's face on the gladiators.
So, Roger, apparently there is a guy on YouTube who does in-depth dives into the movies, and he like kind of comments on how historically accurate. And he basically said that the second Gladiator was sort of a shit show. They got both Caracalla and his brother all wrong. Caracalla was extremely violent, extremely brutal, would never run away from the fight, and he was sort of shown as a bit of a coward, I guess, in that movie. And then another big miss for them was that the guy who was played by Denzel Washington, the guy who became Praetorian, the head of the Praetorian Guard, and then was emperor for a very short period of time. Marshall, what was his name? Sorry, I forget. You probably know, but anyway, but he never was a slave.
Well,
Uh,
the other problem that I have with this is like you've got the Mexican Burt Reynolds in the movie. To my knowledge, there was no Mexicans out there at that time.
oh, that's and sharks. No Mexicans and sharks in the Colosseum. Hippos and alligators, yes, and they're much more violent than sharks. So I'm very surprised they didn't put that in. But yeah, no Mexicans or
Yeah,
sharks.
they had them riding hippos. I mean, there's a lot of inaccuracies in the film if you want to take all of those things into account.
Yes, but the bottom line is, would you recommend that I go see the movie?
Probably. I mean, it's a spectacle. I'm sure there's lots of people who love that type of stuff. I mean, you're gonna go to get entertained. Absolutely, I would recommend it.
Do you guys remember one of the Jaws sequels where the shark was getting revenge on the family that killed it? Do you remember that? You guys watch all the Jaws movies? No. Okay.
Well, I remember watching it. I just don't remember exactly what you're talking about.
Well, there was a Jaws film. I think it was actually called Jaws: The Revenge.
I think Michael Caine was in that one.
My movie is Cujo. Like that's the ultimate one of those types of movies.
Cujo. Got it. That was the kid from Who's the Boss?
The thing that's odd about the Jaws Revenge thing is the shark's vendetta is against the woman who is the widow of the police chief or whatever he was from the first two films. So it's a very smart shark.
Damn, if this was a radio show, dude, this would be off the air.
Why? You don't like silence? Make you
No,
uncomfortable?
no, yeah, no. I'm just saying silence. In a room full of 20 people.
It's Clubhouse. People aren't inspired to speak unless somebody else is speaking. So we get on the right topic, everybody will be talking over each other. I don't know. You guys want to argue about something? Kelly, what do you feel like arguing about today?
Anything.
Mm? Just mm?
Mm,
God damn.
what do you
Kelly,
think? What is the
Kelly,
most shut up, father. What is the most polarizing topic that we can come up with that's not race or gender?
Mass deportation.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
bad. It's not bad.
okay, mass deportation. All right. Who do you think must go, Marshall? Ooh, Elizabeth's got a good one. We could talk about religion.
Well, there were at least 5 people killed today at a migrant camp.
Where at?
Did they kill each other?
oh
There's
wow.
just no, some guy just came in and started shooting people. This was outside of Dunkirk.
So now we need all the people that hate guns in Europe.
So the motive is still unknown, but the guy turned himself in.
I got a question for all you religious people, people that are calling for this topic about religion. People make the comment that more people have been killed in the name of religion than for any other reason, and that seems to be pretty uh, uh, easily dismissed because communism's killed more people than all religions combined, and that was and that's a bunch of atheists. So I'd love to understand. Well, moving in the future, what's going to be the most dangerous? Is it going to be the woke religion, which I think is dying out, but maybe it has a resurgence? Uh, Communism, which is its own religion, it's a worship of these really bad ideas, or radical Islam. Which of those three? And then if you think that there's something more dangerous than those, let me know.
I mean, I think nation states, right, are most dangerous in terms of lives killed. I think first we had tribes, then we organized in broader religions and fought over that. And then we made borders and then we fought over that. So I don't know. I would say the next most dangerous thing would be whatever comes out of after a nation state.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the fact that or the fact that not we, but that they are fighting on a religious level. I mean, I'm just like, huh? Like, what the fuck? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
You don't know why people fight over.
It's like what? My God's better than yours. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so fucking stupid.
But like, you do know it's a thing, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you hear it all the time. The Middle East and blah blah blah. It's like what the fuck.
Well, it's in the Middle East today, and radical Islam is certainly a major threat in more recent times. But it used to be the case in Europe centuries ago. And luckily, we got over that.
Well, the thing about history is that it always repeats itself, and so because nobody ever fucking learns a fucking thing, so it's one of those things where it's like, what the fuck? I mean.
Well, I mean, it doesn't repeat its rhymes. Now, the thing about communism, what's interesting, and more and more people are starting to kind of get to it. It was a religion. I think you're right, Roger. It was a religion of its own. So to call them an atheist per se, it's weird. Even like the woke people who are claiming to be atheists and the atheist plus or just woke, they do have
Their
religion
their
of their
their,
own
their
because they
religions,
don't
they're
admit to it.
strict. They're in a strict adherence to a dogma that doesn't have a deity.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, sort of, because you can claim that whole structural oppression is some sort of zeitgeist or spirit that flows through the ether and acts on its own volition without people actually knowing what they're doing, making them do crazy stuff like discriminate.
Well, I mean, there's Sarah. Sarah's ex-Muslim and Islam and all that stuff, and so as crazy as she is, I kind of have to agree with her that like Islam is the people that are doing Islam and practicing and all that stuff are really the crazy
What does that
motherfuckers
mean?
that
People that are doing Islam.
well the people that are practicing Islam.
No, I like the idea of doing Islam. People that, hey, you people that are doing Islam, you're you're doing it wrong.
Shit.
I I don't know, man. I think people get too sensitive about this stuff. Um, you read a book and you're like, okay, I'm going to dedicate my life to this belief system, and more power to you. But then when somebody doesn't believe, then now you're a blasphemer and you're bad. And if in the most radical sense, they would want you dead for denouncing their religion. And I think maybe we need to be more comfortable about speaking about religions more, I don't know, honestly, openly, and highlight the areas where religion is failing us. And I think that we could probably point to all churches, all belief systems, and say that in some way they're failing us. And I would say a huge failure. It's easy to spot the huge failure in with radical Islamists, but does that necessarily mean that all people that that pick up a Quran are bad people or doing bad things? Probably not.
Well, then again, there's also the George Carlin bit about religion, and hands down, that's got to be the best comedy skit of all as far as religion, because it's like
Not if it came from George Carlin. That guy's fucking overrated.
well, no, but the question of it is like, well, like the seven deadly sins. Well, gee, okay, so if you do those, you're bad, but I love you, kind of thing. It's crazy. And then like, like they're always asking for money. Well, yeah, I love you, but give me your money. Like, what the fuck.
They're not always asking for money, like tithing. That's not an ask. That's a thing you're supposed to do if you're a Christian. And
No,
as a Muslim, you're
but
supposed
no,
to
hold
give
on.
zakat.
Marshall, that's not true. There's no fucking church that forces you to fucking do it. About the most punitive thing that you get is in the Mormon church. If you're not a regular tithe payer, then you don't get your temple recommend, so you don't get to go and view the temple, and people should want to go see the temple, and so then they do it. But most churches, like, dude, they'll let your lumpy ass sit in the fucking pew and never pay a dime.
Yeah, all the time. I only meant to say that like they didn't force you to tithe, but tithing was the way you gave money.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Um, Jesus was asked directly, like, about, eternal life. And he said that he didn't come to replace the law, he came to fulfill it. And he said that in order to do that, you just need to do two things, and that is to love God and to love people. Uh, Actually, translates more accurately to love him and love them. So it very directly says that God is a male.
So, Roger, which Jesus are you talking about? Because there's like 500,000 of them, right?
He,
Okay. Okay, listen. I know in Mexico there's a lot of fucking Jesuses running around. I'm referring to the Middle Eastern Jesus.
Oh, okay, I got
Roger's right. When Jesus was asked, he said, "You're to essentially do two things: love the Lord with all your heart, and love your neighbor as yourself."
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to do. Although in other parts there is one unforgivable sin, and that's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, which nobody's really been able to describe to me exactly what the fuck that means. But we probably don't want to tempt fate with that one. Also, I have a question for my Jewish friends in the room. Do you guys think it's weird when you hear Christians interpret the Old Testament, as they call it? When they're going through like the first five books and giving you the Christian take of the Torah. Do you guys find that odd at all?
Uh, just depends on how much, because I would say that it's probably a overestimate. Well, I don't know. I think that it's an overestimate for like how much other people think that Jews like are very, very upset by like that sort of event happening. I just don't think it happens very often. Like you just don't
Tommy,
have.
what do you think about the rest of the
I do
books?
though.
What do you think about the rest of the books of the Old Testament? And then let's not even get to New Testament. But if we
Oh,
were to just look at the Old Testament and the additions that people have, are you comfortable with me referring to those additions as Torah fan fiction?
I mean, I'm comfortable with the additions that are the most common, which like are just essentially like um, Christians commonly attributing something that they read in that text as Jesus. And I'm even okay with that as long as it's not like like oh well it's obvious and they're trying to make a point toward me, then I don't mind.
You know, look, there's a lot of things that you could find in all of these books that could be problematic, but I would love for somebody, and I asked this like I'm really not trolling here, but somebody explained to me the justification for Mohammed marrying a fucking child and fornicating with a child. Like, can somebody explain the wide acceptance of pedophilia?
I think the acceptance is because it was common in those times, and who are we to judge based on a totally different culture? I think is kind of the most common thing.
Hmm. What do you think Jesus would say about it?
I think that I don't know, man. There's a whole lot of me that thinks that like back in the day, if I would have been there back in the day, he would have been a boy in Hebrew school. He would have been pulling pranks just like all the rest of us were, right alongside. That's what I think. He'd be putting fart machines under every ugly chick's chair, just along with the
If
rest of
you're
us.
out, if Roger, what you're asking is about the acceptability of age of marriage. To give you a realistic, actual historical answer, I would need to go look up when people got married frequently in that part of the world versus when people frequently got married, say, in Jerusalem. Historians have at least arguments, to say the very least, and ideas when people get married. I'll give you like one example. In ancient Rome, you could, if you were a man of status, you could adopt a little fuck boy basically until the age of 9. Like, no joke. I'm not saying that's like something people should do. I'm saying at least at that point in their history, that was acceptable. So you would need to look up like when marriage was most acceptable at that point in time, because there are places in the world, depending upon the period, say 7500 BC, where marrying at 10 or 12 in certain parts of the world was more common than it was uncommon.
Well, I mean, in prison, the very worst thing you can be called is a pedophile. And really, I mean, even if you look like a pedophile, you're branded as a pedophile. And yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, prison where sexual assault is normalized is where we should. I mean, look, the bottom line is that uh, somewhere along the line, people thought that it was okay to do that, and I just I don't get it. I don't know how like going back in time makes it like okay. I like it. It's just fucking weird to me, and people will justify this shit.
Well, so look, I don't think it's okay. But if you're going back in time and you're trying to figure out what the people of that age and generation thought was normal and what they thought were, regular metrics of society, then you would unfortunately be looking at younger ages, right? Like, that's not something that we have to like as modern humans. It's not even something we have to condone when we tell those stories. But it is something that did happen, right? So the younger ages, partially because of childbearing's death rate, and partially because of people's ages of living. If you didn't have a lot of money, right? Like, the sin of gluttony was a sin because in ancient Rome, those who were fat were considered uh, good's not the right word, but considered people of means, because you could only get fat if you had money. So things like that, they had an oftentimes societal component to them. And while it is absolutely disgusting and immoral and shouldn't be done, those places had different rules at the time. right? If you took those people and you transported them to today, right? Obviously, we would be teaching them many different things. Hey, you got to wipe your behind. You don't need to use the sponge in the Roman latrine. Hey, you can't actually marry a kid at 9. You need to like raise the child and then send them out to college and let them find their own person, right? Like those would all be things you would have to teach. Um, and now I think that's an interesting part of history. The different kinds of societal norms that we develop that if you came from one time period or another, you would have to be taught.
Marshall,
So,
Marshall,
uh-huh.
what was considered like how did these people survive? Meaning like how did they make money? How did they um what's the equivalent of a Mercedes Benz or something like that? You know what I mean?
The equivalent of a Mercedes Benz for like rich people during ancient Roman times would have been either some sort of like really good, expensive cart that was pulled by horses, or it
Oh,
would
a
have been,
chariot.
well, or Italians. I mean, Romans
A
and
chariot. A
Italians.
chariot.
Italians? Well, I mean, they didn't
No, a
really call themselves
chariot.
No. It's
Chariot.
saying chariot.
Yeah, he wasn't saying
chariots.
that he wasn't talking about Italians pulling carts.
Oh, now I
A
understand.
chariot, like fire.
Oh, well, chariots were more of a mark of BC than AD.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Charioteers, like the charioteers in the Hippodrome in Constantinople, those were used as entertainment, not as war vessels. But say you go back to like 800 BC, you're going to see some people using chariots as war vessels, right? So, yeah, chariots could be seen depending on who made them and depending on whether they had to have one or two horses, could be considered like fairly expensive. The thing you see in ancient Roman movies where those people are carried on litters, that would have been considered a mark of class, right? So you would have had to be of like a high senatorial family in order to be carried in a litter in the first place, because it required like 2 to 6 other men, depending on the size of the litter. And so, like, that was often seen as a mark of class.
Like
Um,
a tuk-tuk.
Something like that. The ability to have clean water in certain circumstances was seen as a mark of class. Otherwise, you kind of grabbed it out of the Tiber, which was the Roman River, right? Until they came up with those aqueducts, which brought in clean water. And one of the things that Gladiator 2 does get right in terms of like people having problems was the use of lead in Roman pipes to seal the joints. They would use clay and then they would use lead as an internal casing. And as we all know now, the longer you drink lead, the more fucked up in the head you get. It's kind of like drinking mercury.
Did they know that at the time, Marshall?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
I
Okay.
think that that's just an excuse that we make. This whole lead exposure makes you fucking violent, makes you this, makes you that. Like, I don't buy it.
As a key
It's
contributing
like
factor, yeah. No,
fluoride
I
in the
agree with you.
water.
No. Roger's talking about like,
I
and
think
given the
it's
time.
an excuse that gets made to allow for bad behavior. So we explain it away. It typically comes up when you say, "Hey, like if you found a region or a particular demographic group, and you said, "Hey, there seems to be a lot of violence there," then all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, lead exposure." Hey, this generation had more violence. Yep. Well, that's because of the lead paint, and you can't just explain that. Like sometimes fucking people, just do fuck shit.
I think you're on the money, Roger.
They
Yeah,
probably
Roger.
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think Roger is there. Like oftentimes the
You're
lead
there,
piece,
man.
oftentimes the lead piece comes from uh, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. It's either his second piece or his third piece in his reason why Rome fell. And so oftentimes lead is
Well, hold on,
incorporated.
hold on. What do you? Why do you think Rome fell?
Me personally,
Was it
Yeah.
the aqueducts
A
or?
combination of a combination of dictatorial regime mixed with people being unwilling to defend liberty mixed
There
with
we go.
But it
There
was
we go.
always a
Okay.
dictatorial
Oh,
regime.
hold on. Listen, it's
well,
very
there was always a
simple.
dictator in Rome to
No,
some
it's
extent,
very
but
simple. It's very simple, and you don't need to read a history book. Listen, you really don't. This is the simplest concept, and people fuck it up all the time. And they'll say, "Oh, there's multiple causes." They lost the will to fight. They had the army, they had superior weapons, they lost the will to fight. Now, you could talk about the fact that they expanded too big and it was too much to defend and all this other kind of shit. But at the end of the day, they lost the will to fight. When the barbarians were at the gate, they fucking let them in. And it sounds like a lot like what the US is doing today. The barbarians are at the gate. Are we going to lose the will
Mm.
to fight?
But why did they lose the will to
Wait,
fight?
yeah, but there's another piece to that, Roger, which is why historians almost never have just a single cause. Like there's a big piece of this was the degradation and disintegration of the actual Roman Empire as a base upon which Rome built its wealth. The
I think it comes
senatorial,
down to the wussification of society. I think it comes down to the simple idea
here's
that
there,
once you're fucking fat and happy,
yeah,
you take your foot off the fucking gas. You have to fucking stay sharp. And I think that the way that we could absolutely fucking be resilient to this idea that all empires eventually collapse is you have to retain that will to fight, and so we have to stay hungry. I think what we need is we need a good cause that will unite us in the idea that fighting is virtuous.
you absolutely have to stay hungry. But one of the other things you have to do, or else you fall into a British trap, which is you have to have meritocratic advancement in your military services. But part of that comes from a societal commitment to liberty and freedom. A big reason that the base in Rome cracked was because they figured out whoever had the most wealth and whoever had the loyalty of said military force was the person swinging the stick. They went back to the Leviathan at its core. They went back to that fight between the nomads and the non-nomads. And the truth,
Marshall,
well, hold on 2 seconds. The truth of that is the disintegration of Roman liberty for all and the disintegration that people should have a choice in their government helped bring about the lack of a will to fight. If you're not in the government, if you don't have a choice, you don't have any responsibility, then why would you continue to produce for the people at the top, which is ultimately what the Roman Empire turned into?
yeah.
Like
So
a class at the top that was super duper duper rich and commanded all the people that did all the fighting, and all the people that did all the fighting did all the fighting. They took some gold, they got back home. The Roman Empire took it from all of them and then gave it to the very rich people. And the base which that production and wealth was built off of was this idea that those of means and those not of means should have a choice in the destiny of their lives. That more than I don't think more than anything, but that is a huge piece of the disintegration of the Roman Empire, the lack of a republic itself.
The
that's
the
really,
Greco
yeah,
the
it's
Greco
really.
brothers first, and the Caesars. But you know what's
Agreed. The
interesting to
Gracchi
me?
brothers were I couldn't
Yeah.
agree more. Typically,
So
that's actually one of the most counted.
what's interesting is also that Carthage, that was sort of the big enemy of Rome before it became this illustrious empire, well, Republican empire. They had a meritocracy based or something close to meritocracy based senate, because they also had a republic, but unlike Rome where it was hereditary, the
Yeah,
senatorial roles,
theirs was
there
theirs
was
was work
by the
related.
wealth. Yeah, they whoever was the best trader was automatically uplifted to the class of royalty or nobility there.
Yeah, the big trader of the town. Marshall, was there something about, and I don't actually know how this would have been possible, but was there something about the military actually starting to cost more than the Roman Empire was in debt? I don't think you really had debt, do you, so much back then? But I thought there was something about the tipping over of the cost of that versus the economy going down.
Well, I mean, they
Uh,
def
before Marshall, I would add, I would kind of, I don't know if I would say it was has anything to do with that, because basically what was happening is you had senatorial figures, like your big political figures, and then you had clients who basically would come to them for money, and the money that those political figureheads would get were from the provinces, which they exploited to the fullest, and they constantly needed new lands so they could, raise even more wealth and compete with each other politically. The
Right.
issue with
Okay.
military was that it was mercenary mostly, and that was the same sword that the Carthage fell onto, because it's not that their system was worse than Rome; it was actually better than Rome. It was more meritocratically, aligned, but
Was it
the
always like that?
military. The military that Carthage had were all mercenaries, and they had absolutely zero loyalty to the cause or the city state.
But it was never always mercenaries for the Roman Empire, was it? I mean, it didn't change in its
No, no, it
style.
was citizen soldiers, yeah. And then as soon as it became more mercenarial, and then you see those uprisings by Germanicus, you see, the Britannia taking its own uh, fate in its own hands, and the Constantinople.
Right. So you could almost make the. I mean, okay, I'm just going to this. I'm just trying to make perhaps this fits, but you could make the claim that really they couldn't afford the military in the same way that America is now at that point whereby it's costing more to keep the military going than servicing of the debts, and that's often a signal that perhaps it's getting too big or too expensive.
well, certainly part of the problem was the overexpansion made it very much more difficult, and the military weakness by depending on more mercenaries. But there was also a severe economic decline due to heavy taxation and inflation, and the reliance on slave labor probably limited economic growth and technological advancements as well. And then, of course, you had major disruptions to trade due to invasions and piracy and whatnot.
They got as far as Hadrian's Wall in the UK. I don't know why they were unhappy.
I mean, have you seen that thing?
It's
It's like a
hardly the
foot. It's
Great
like
Wall of
it's like a
China, is
foot
it?
tall.
Well, I got a question real quick, and like the old style buildings and the architecture of the old style, like why doesn't that happen anymore? I don't understand that.
Shiny
Because we,
skyscrapers.
we're working for efficiency. I mean, look at the despotic countries, or totalitarian regimes like Dubai, Saudi Arabia. I mean, they can use their fantastical vision of what the world should be, like utopian vision, and build those grand structures. But for like for United States or like other Western democracies, it's the utility that's the most important thing. It's whether it can be used.
I wouldn't mind a nice big palace though, rather than a kind of a two up, two down duplex.
Well, I mean, like the buildings of today, they're so boring. Like there's no creativity in building a building because it's basically all blocks and it looks like horse shit, you know? But like the old days, like you had people, creating art in the architecture and all that stuff, and you had paintings and blah blah blah. You had custom shit, you know.
You still do. Just depending on where you live, depends on like where the art mecca is, right? Like part of the reason you had that shit in Rome was because it was in Rome. If you lived in Ostia, you didn't see that shit. If you lived in
You had a cave.
Eritreum, if you lived in Eritreum, which is I don't remember the modern city's name. It's like right outside of actual Rome today. Like you may have saw some of that shit, but you didn't see a lot of it. If you lived in God Paglia or the modern city of Naples, You may have seen some of that shit in Naples because Naples became a really important city, but like you didn't see that shit on a regular basis in Naples. Um, Part of that is like being in the capital of the empire.
Yeah, not everyone lived in a pyramid. The buildings that
Eh,
they lived in probably aren't here still.
yeah, and here's a misconception. I mean, those things do exist now as well. It's just uber rich that this type of architecture is accessible to. On top of that, specifically in America, the things change with such lightning speed in terms of what's the latest and the greatest and the coolest thing to have, is that you have to be in a constant, mode of construction. I personally love it because I profit from it, but it's much less oriented towards grand, architectural artifacts like pyramids or colossus or something like that. And I mean, rightfully so.
Well,
Utility.
I mean, they did build the pyramid in Las Vegas, so I mean, that's good, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I
I mean,
doubted
it's a
either of
pyramid
those
in Las
countries.
Vegas, not built the same way, not for the same thing. Like people didn't live in pyramids; they were tombs, right?
Well,
They.
depends which life you're talking about, Marshall.
Well, no, it did like in ancient Egypt, you never lived in a pyramid.
Well,
The
if you were
pyramids were
dead,
Hey,
always were
yeah.
always tombs.
Marshall. I learned on Clubhouse that white people lived in caves. That's where we came from.
Yes, us and all of the other clubmen in the cavemen in the whole wide world.
I liked the old caves with Plato, wasn't it?
Hey, I've been a caveman a couple times, so
All those shadows, it makes me wonder.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's behind them shadows.
Yeah, I
If
think there might
it's
be a whole
if
world
it's
I don't
real
quite
or
get.
or if it's just a figment of their imagination.
You think we can get to the title of the room?
Hey, Roger, can I give you a quick?
Methodism, I say.
Hey, Roger, can I give you a quick update on flat Earth?
Yes,
Seriously,
please.
I'm serious. Flat Earth is taking a big hit right now because they one of the flat earthers from the room on Clubhouse is actually in Antarctica. She won a trip to Antarctica, and she's about to witness the 24-hour sun, which flat earthers say is not real. So it's like they kind of in a bit of a situation right now. It's the theory is going down the
Oh,
drain.
she about to have her mind blown.
Crisis of faith, really, if you
Well, they
think
don't
about it.
believe that there's a sun for that long.
Flat earthers? No, they don't. But
Yep.
let's not get
Well,
into the flat earth thing.
I'll ask again. Can we get to the title of the fucking room, or should I just start removing people from the stage? How about that?
Methodism, Roger.
I think
More,
Calvinistic Christianity sucks the least, but that's just me. I'm a Calvinist.
I'll say more science sucks the least.
Moors, the people that fucking raped and pillaged my people.
Let's not talk about rape and pillaging from white people. I don't want to hear that.
Uh, have you ever read a history book, Hakima?
More than you have.
Damn.
More than I have.
More than that history book? Like
More. You've
like
read
you read it
more.
harder?
those are
Yeah.
fighting words.
Yeah. Hakima, can you tell me what happened in Italy, Spain, and Portugal when the Moors decided to get adventurous?
They brought education and civilization to those areas.
Yeah, and they did a lot of raping of the European women.
Can you cite that? Like, can you like give me a source?
Yeah.
I just said, yeah, Roger, he just said it.
Oh, come on. Can we not do the
You want to
Padawan thing? Can,
you
can, can,
want to
can,
you want
can
to
can y'all
fact
speak
check
for
me?
yourself, please? Can y'all please speak for yourself?
Is that the same kind of
I heard it through the
civilizing
grapevine,
that
actually.
the British and Portuguese did to no, sub-Saharan Africa? Is that
It's
the
very,
similar kind?
it's very similar, Doctor Responsible. You see, what's interesting is that raping and pillaging is only bad if white people do it. But when the Moors come in through Europe doing their fuck shit, all of a sudden they're, that's a big problem. It gets waved away by people like Hakima who think there's nothing wrong with people with dark skin violating light skinned people. But if the shoe gets on the other foot, well, god damn it, that's original sin.
There's
That's a real
actually a
problem.
creation in Roman history. This story, it's like probably 800 or 900 BC. No, 500 or 600 BC. It's called the Rape of the Sabine Women, and it's about how the Romans like threw this peace festival for the tribe next to them called the Sabines, who were known as relations to the Latins at that point, and they used the party to get all the Sabine men drunk and then they went and looted the Sabine capital, and then they ended up pillaging, stealing, lighting on fire, and then raping all the women and bringing them back to Rome because they didn't have enough women. No joke.
Well,
It's
And
literally called the
probably
Rape
the
of the
men
Sabine
too.
Women.
yeah, this is actually a foundational myth of ancient Rome, because they were just a bunch of basically, rough men who only knew fighting. They were like basically pirates, just a group of pirates, and they needed to procreate. They needed somebody to procreate with. They couldn't get anybody to come and live with them, so they decided they're just going to take them. It's fascinating.
I say that as an example because that has happened in ancient history all over the flipping world.
Hey, can we talk?
Africa,
Hey,
China,
hold on, hold on,
India,
hold on,
the
hold on,
Americas.
hold on. Can we talk about these Muslims for a second?
Can I ask something? You need to separate like
They're
more
not raping
Oh,
science.
those
babies
were the
for sure.
worst. Those were
Can
the
we
worst.
separate more science from the Moors? Like, I mean, I hope you know that more science wasn't the thing back in Moors in Moorish Spain. When I said more science, I was not speaking about the Moors of Spain. Although I will defend them, I don't think they raped and pillaged like you say. When I say more science, that is not what I'm talking about at all.
Like Moore's
Then what do you
law.
mean when you say more science? Like usually the term Moorish refers to Spain, those people that came from North Africa
More
that are related to
science.
Berbers.
More science is a religion that started in 1913 in America by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. Okay.
Oh, so somebody stole the name and used it for something else.
Less is more.
I mean, can we talk about what the
Well, no,
Christians
no, no.
stole, what
Kima,
the
they
Jewish
literally
people
did steal the
stole?
name. I
Like,
like that's
I'm
not
talking
a
about a
that's not a judgment
religion.
call on those people, but they stole the name.
They did not steal a name. You
They
don't. I
did
mean,
steal the name.
they
The
didn't
term
steal it.
Moorish at that point in time in 1913
How's
specifically
it
referred
spelled?
to specifically referred to Berbers, specifically referred to Umayyad southern Spain. They absolutely fucking took the name. So did every other historical conquering entity on
So, so,
fucking
so, so,
Earth.
so, so, what's the point? If we're talking about the religion, let's talk. If you want to talk about religion, talk about religion. But you want to go down to trying to demon. They stole the name. They raped and pillaged.
Not
I'm
a great
talking
name
about the
either,
Fatima,
is it
of
religion.
really?
course
What,
they stole
what,
the
what?
damn name.
Oh, I don't
That's
care about that.
history.
Talk about the
No,
religion. What
Hakima,
the fuck do
that's
you know about the
history.
religion? What the fuck is
People
wrong with
steal
y'all?
shit
Y'all get
throughout
so fucking
history.
triggered with
Stealing
everything I
stuff
say.
in history is a
Talk about the
normal
fucking
thing.
religion, Marshall. What
People
do you know
who
about?
get
What do you?
conquered
What do you know about moral
oftentimes
science, Marshall?
steal the stuff
Marshall,
from the
what do you know
civilization
about
they
moral science?
conquered. It
What do
is
you know about
not
moral
a
science?
weird thing. It is not an abnormal thing. It is a world history thing.
Do you know anything about moral science, Marshall? Do you know anything about moral science, Marshall? I didn't think so.
Other than the fact that those people stole the fucking name from the actual Moors, no.
From the
I can't
actual Moors,
imagine
is what
you
you're
two
saying.
care too much about this subject. Really?
I I love this music.
Y'all get so hurt. This is
Tell us
fucking
about
fascinating.
more science, Hakima. Is it like, the religion, like where, in thousands BC, and how they know how to navigate? Does it have anything to
It
do
was
with?
BBC, I think.
Oh yeah.
More science is simply religion founded by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. It's about uplifting the so-called black people in America. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you so
Really? It's a
triggered?
religion.
Why are
Okay.
you so fucking triggered about a religion that was founded in America, regardless of the fucking name, but was there to uplift the people? Like, why are you so fucking triggered
No,
about that?
I
I'm
know
not
I'm
talking about
really
you.
religion.
I'm not talking about you,
curious.
Trigger.
This
You asked the
I
question.
heard a lot
But
about this.
like Marshall and others, like just triggered by the fucking name. I'm so confused.
Hey, Kima,
Did
every
it
time I
catch?
come into a room where you're at, I feel like I've fallen into an alternate reality.
Hakima, did it make much? Did it get any traction? This religion,
Oh, lots of traction. I hear it
Yeah,
on
yeah.
with
Clubhouse
like
all the time.
churches and
It's
stuff
still
today.
around. It's still around today. It's a bunch of temples all over America that's been there, been around since 1913.
Wow, I had no idea about this.
Actually, it's what started the Nation of Islam. They took more science and twisted it to something else, and that's how you got the Nation of Islam.
Uh, I think that might have been a bit before.
It's basically if you ever heard of like melanin superpowers, unbelievable.
That is not more science. No
Yes,
melanin
it
superpower.
is.
No, how you gonna tell me what? Show me in the
Are you a
Quran
more
where.
scientist?
Show me in the Quran where it says anything about melanin. The word melanin is not in the word in the
But no,
Quran.
no,
It's
it's
not
not.
in the it's not in the doctrine. It's not in the literature at all. I have
But it's
every piece
in
of
the more
literature for more
science.
science. I have every piece of literature for more science right here. Show me. You can go find some of it on the internet. Show me where the literature speaks about melanin super strength or any
Is
of that
So
this
stuff.
your
where
It
does
don't.
religion,
all the
Hakima?
where does the melanin superpowers and the circumnavigating the
You
earth?
you made that shit
Where
up.
does
I don't know.
I didn't? I heard it on Clubhouse.
Okay, well that way they talking
Must
about
be
some other shit.
true.
They're not talking about more science.
The Black Indians, is that part of it?
Nope, that's not part of it. Nope. Like I
Where
mean,
did all that stuff come from?
Jail.
Different sects, like Sunni and Shia. So, Hakima, are you one of these? What
That's
would you
so
call one of the
true.
followers of it? A more, perhaps?
She said jail. That is so true, and not
well,
in a
I've
racist way.
never been to jail. Unlike some of you, I've never been to
No,
jail.
no,
Not
I
not
know, I
one
know.
not one day in my life.
But you know that she's so right. It does come from jail because it's a lot of people sitting around together with a lot of time on their hands, and that's probably where the melanin superpowers and the
Actually,
Black Indians all come from.
Noble Drew Ali founded more science, and he did not found it in prison. So it did not come from jail. I'm sorry to break it to you
Wakanda,
guys.
maybe?
Man, go suck a dick.
Okay, if you insist.
It's so funny how anything black you guys can shit on. You guys would not shit on Judaism or anything else. But anything related to
Islam,
black
to
people,
be
you guys
fair.
want to just shit on it. It's fucking
I'm
funny.
not actually trying to show
You
it.
I'm
guys want
black.
to shit on
Just as a
Judaism? I'm
genuine
down.
question, though.
And you're not black. I'm sorry. You're African. African is
Oh,
not
I'm
black.
blacker than you, Hakima. We've already
I'm
had
not.
this
I'm not
conversation.
black either. So the
Well,
black don't
yeah, you're,
exist.
I don't know,
Go,
you're Indian,
Google
you're this, you're Jewish,
Google
you're
what black
everything but
is.
sub-Saharan black. I'm clear.
I'm not
You
sub-Saharan
got
black.
it, you got it, bro.
Hey,
I think
did
you were
anybody
looking for a
mention?
pretendian.
They're Moors, they're Jews, they're Indians, they're Black Europeans, everything but sub-Saharan African, Kelly. That's what I learned on Clubhouse.
Hey, did anybody
Me too.
mention Baha'i and Unitarianism in this?
Oh,
Which?
Unitarianism. Now that's an interesting one.
Yeah,
All I'm just
Unitarianism is includes. It's the Christian version of Baha'i. Baha'i, I think, is more Muslim. Am I wrong? It
No,
includes
it's
all religions.
Iranian. Baha'i's Iranian in
Yes, but
origin.
it includes all religions. Like I think of it as the Middle Eastern Unitarianism. Unitarianism is very open to all religions. That's part of its thesis.
They're the ones who have most of the global homo churches are part of, right?
No, Global
Well,
Homo
all
is
of
on
the
the Christian side of the
Oh, that
aisle,
sounds
not
like
the
my religion.
Unitarian
I
side of the
thought I
aisle.
saw a Unitarian
Well, so
on.
there
Most
are
of the
there.
Christian churches these days have some branch that includes homosexuals, but not all of them. And I don't know about the Eastern religions. That
Well,
they're
I'll
not.
give you an example. In the Presbyterian Church, there's a split. There's the PCA, which is what I'm part of, Presbyterian Church of America. We allow gay people to come to our church. We allow you to sit in the pews. You cannot be part of leadership, and we will not marry you.
And
PCA
no
lets
blowjobs
you
under
do.
the pews.
PCA does all the same shit, except you're allowed to be in ministry, and we will marry you. Those are those are the key differences between that Presbyterian denomination.
Will
And the
you divorce
Lutherans
them as
have that
well,
too.
just in case?
No,
The
no, the
the
PCA
Methodists
will
and the
not.
Lutherans, they do the same kind of thing. There's two
Yeah.
different
PCA will not
branches now.
divorce or marry. PCA won't divorce or marry. Only
Well,
PCUSA divorces and
Global
marries.
homo sounds more me kind of elite traveler kind of style.
yeah, it is. And you know what's funny? You would think like what he was talking
Hold on.
about, like what? Okay, you would think like Marshall was talking about, like, yeah, these people are gay and they go to church. That's fine. But when we were watching the Global Homo videos on YouTube last year with Prashant, they were literally, they had nothing to do with God. It was just it was crazy. It wasn't even like a twist on the religion. It was just talking about how great it was to be queer and different and suck cock and everything else. It was very
I'm sorry. I'm not
Splits by
taking
the tops and the
Prashant as an
bottoms, I guess.
authority on
Pretty much.
fucking anything. I'm
There
sure
was a
he's a nice
Christian
person, but
church.
he's not the dude to take
Seriously,
some authority.
seriously, a Christian church in Iowa. Talk about a Christian state, which took a 23-year-old man, and the pastor told him, You're gay. You cannot be in this church." And the following Sunday, 37 members of his family walked into the church, stood up all together, and walked out of the church. So it's a big controversy in some parts of the country. Yeah.
Did he even agree that he was gay, or was it,
He
you know,
agreed that
I've diagnosed you as gay
he was
and now you're
honest with
out?
the pastor. He told the pastor, "I'm gay. I have a boyfriend." And the pastor said, "You cannot come ever again to this church." He went home, he told mom, who told grandma, who told the family, who told the cousins, and 37 members of the church walked into the church the following Sunday while the pastor was giving the sermon, all stood up and walked out of the church. That was the end of that
Oh,
church for that family.
wow. Bad interpretation of the Bible that guy had. I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah. Not quite right there.
I mean, that doesn't really make much sense to tell the kid he can't come to church. It's one
Yeah,
thing
but the
to
pastor
marry
did,
him.
and there's some very hardline pastors in the Midwest. This
I,
is by
I don't know
Iowa is
many
the
people
middle,
Yeah,
like
there
that.
definitely are hardline pastors in that
That's
West.
and
like
There are
completely
hardline
against
he
the
Christians.
was a
religion.
hardline pastor. He said, "You can't come to my church ever. Don't ever come back." But the
So much
fact
for
is,
forgiveness.
he paid a dear price in his church for doing so in this state. He picked the wrong family to do it to because they all left that church and they were all members.
Now that, Roger, that aspect is the part that irks me. No, he's not even here. The the part that I get irked by the most is when uh and this is even beyond from this example, even aside from it. But there's this like pervasive thing about like American Christianity, probably just Christianity in general, that like you'll hear a story and you won't, and it's not a rare story. It's not common, but like you may have heard it, you know, like it's not like terribly rare. And the response is, oh, well, that's not what like the Bible teaches. That's not Christian. And like, you know, the issue is with that is that like any sort of conversation or attention that's paid or that ought to be paid toward like, okay, fine, let's just assume that that book is all good words and love and all that, then why are these instances more trending in this one community than in others? And that conversation gets squelched if it's all like, oh, well, that's not what the words say, so they're just fucking idiots.
I think you got a point.
uh really think I might have a point there, do I?
I do think you're going to have a point, mate.
I have a point, a little bit of one.
The Mormon Church is very careful. They don't they don't ostracize you until you act on. You can say that you're homosexual as long as you don't act on it. They're very careful. They let you be a member of the church if you do nothing. If you never express it, you never you stay within the confines, and the
Same with
Catholic Church is
paedophiles. That's
also
generally a good maxim for that as well.
the Catholic Church is also very careful because, as we know, half of the clergy are gay.
Hey,
The
hey,
Catholic
hey,
Church, all the priests.
the Catholic Church wasn't so careful when they was out there fucking them kids. They sure wasn't fucking careful.
The,
The
I
careful
Yeah.
is not
the Catholic
careful is
Church is
not
virtually
hold,
gay for a
hold on,
thousand
hold on.
years. Let's
Listen,
let's
careful.
honest. Let's
Hey,
be
hey,
honest.
hey, I'm trying to speak. Listen, they weren't careful. They weren't careful. They were fucking the kids, and then they would, and then when they would find out that they fucked the kids, they would just say, "Okay, hey, Father so and so, you can't be here anymore. You got to go over there and fuck the kids over there now." And like, and then they just fucking move them around a little bit. It's weird. Any Catholics in here? Anybody want to speak up?
No, but it definitely begs the question of was Jesus a bisexual Jew?
LGBT Jew.
Hey,
Wow.
hey, hey, hey,
Or
hey,
No,
hey,
Palestinian,
hey,
maybe.
no.
hey.
I
Listen,
like what he did
listen.
there.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. Listen, let's keep on the Catholics for a second. Look, you guys
Yeah.
moving around too fucking much. We started going after the Muslims, and you got that made people a little sensitive and in their feelings, and then we go after Catholics, and then it's like, no, hey, let's go directly after Jesus. No, come on, let's one religion at a time, for fuck's sake.
There's quite a few which fall under Jesus, though. So you get catch all with that one.
Nah, look, the Catholics don't worship Jesus. The Catholics are on some other shit. They got that fucking telescope and shit.
Yeah.
I think the Catholics are into like alien worship or some weird
I think
shit.
they're voyeurs. I think they're just hardcore voyeurs.
Aren't there more Catholics than there are other Christians, though? It's like the biggest sect.
Not in America.
Dude, that's so racist. You're just saying there's a lot of Mexicans. It's fucking
I
weird.
mean, there are.
Christy doesn't know about the telescope. Someone tell her about the telescope. Tell her about the Vatican and their goddamn telescope.
Oh, Galileo and his old big telescope.
Isn't it called Lucifer?
What is it?
The Catholic telescope. I believe it is called Lucifer.
I actually don't know what that is. I'd love to hear someone's take.
I lived in Florence for 2 years. The Catholic Church in Florence, what Florence
Wait a minute.
was
Wait a
during
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can we fucking stay on topic?
it is on
Somebody in the
topic.
audience. No,
I,
hold on.
I,
Hey. Hold on. Hold on. Somebody in the chat doesn't know about the fucking telescope. Let's talk about the telescope. Let's
Yeah.
talk about how powerful this goddamn telescope is. Somebody
Yeah.
talk about the telescope.
Yeah.
well, I can talk about this telescope because it was the Jesuits that built it for the Pope in the 20th century in Phoenix, Arizona. A telescope was built because the church had made a big fucking mistake by murdering a guy who said that the Earth was not the center of the universe, and so they built eh, as part of the encyclical, the 23rd is Pope John's 23rd encyclical. He ordered the Jesuits and asked them to build a telescope in Arizona to observe the heavens and bring the Catholic Church up to date.
Was this in
And
the
that's a
20th
fact.
century, did you say?
What's that?
In the 20th century?
Yes, sir. That was last century. It was built last.
Didn't get the memo for quite a while then, huh?
It took them a while to come to realize they burned Bruno at the stake for telling the truth that there must be a lot of suns in the universe. If all the stars look like our sun, there must be some other planets around some of those suns, and he got burned at the stake the following morning.
I
Okay,
mean,
so somebody want to continue talking about the telescope before we move to the next subject. Look, I want people to fucking keep score. I want you to start like writing down when somebody changes the subject. I want you to write down their fucking name, and I want you to write down what subject we were on and what subject they moved us to. I want to talk about the telescope. Let's go.
It's going to be a lot of
I,
subject changes in one
I
room, I guess.
I just want to add that I do too, and I've got a good gripe, and I've got some good shade to throw against those Jews. So don't think that I'm just trying to, smear everyone's face in mud, because I'm gonna toss out a good one in a second here, but not quite now.
So I just Googled the information. Apparently, the Vatican does not own a spatial body telescope that is called Lucifer.
Well, do they own
The
a
microscope?
telescope?
They have a satellite. Yeah.
One which looks
Okay.
into the earth, perhaps, the underworld.
Should tell us about this satellite. What does it do? What do they use it for? What did they use it for?
And wait,
Trying
hold
to
on.
find
Can
where heaven was.
somebody tell me, do they have the most powerful telescope? Yes or no? I made a truth claim that the Vatican had the most powerful telescope. Somebody's got to tell me I'm telling the truth or lying.
Did they launch Hubble?
I have heard that they have one of the most, or maybe the most. I have heard that.
Who administers it? Who's the protector of it?
Not publicly disclosed, it's in the Vatican.
Apparently,
Um,
it's the state of Arizona that is the guardian.
the state of Arizona.
Yeah,
I want someone to expand on that.
I really can't. I'm still reading pages
It's
after
okay.
pages.
Nobody knows. I mean, the most anyone's going to know is the next Google search. So,
Probably
Yeah,
better atmospheric conditions over in Arizona.
mm,
it's
Because
just
they do think
scuttlebutt.
about science like that, don't they, the Catholics?
it might. There's got to be more, though. There's got to be more to this Arizona. Um,
Maybe it's a Mormon thing.
maybe, maybe the
Wait,
Mormons are cosplaying as Catholics.
wait.
Collaboration.
Wait,
Who took us
uh,
from Catholic telescopes to Mormons?
I know
yeah, the
Okay,
Mormons aren't even in Arizona.
here we go.
They're a state away.
they're
Well,
close. They're
not
close. Come
bad.
on, South Utah. Come on, come
Actually,
on.
the Mormons that went to Arizona were the ones that didn't like the laws around polygamy changing in the church. So there's a breakaway group in Arizona that
Hmm.
believes in multiple wives.
Maybe there's a connection there. Anyone?
What was the question?
Telescopes and diehard polygamists. Any connection there?
And Catholics, of course. Don't forget the
Right,
Catholics.
and Catholics.
Or if you want to go back to the Moors raping and pillaging in Europe, we can go back to that too.
If there was something that they all had in common, it would be quite an interesting thing, wouldn't it?
Would indeed.
Can I answer the question of the room?
Yeah.
Well, the question of the room, um, the religion that sucks the least is the one I actually follow. The religion I
Oh,
follow.
nice.
Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not. Um, I am the
All right.
son of God.
Okay. Hey, say it with your chest. Come on.
How?
Let's hear it.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. My religion is called love, and
God.
we treat people the way we want to be treated at all
Who's
times,
Faggot.
and
What do you mean your
we hate
religion
people
is
that
love?
don't.
This is
We
retarded.
yeah
This is retarded. Hold
we
on.
hate people that don't.
who's
Type in the
who's
chat where I can
we?
find your fucking church. Show me what holy book you read.
It's called the Seventh Seal by King John.
Jesus fucking Christ. Are you for real? You're one of those
Yes.
fucking Hebrew Israelites, aren't you?
No, brother. You keep saying that over and over again.
Well, respectfully, you sound like one.
Yeah, I mean, all black people sound alike, right?
No, that's not true at all. Some of them sound very different. I don't know if you know the
Yeah,
actor
some
that
of them
plays.
sound white.
Have you ever heard the actor that plays Stephen Urkel on Family Matters? He didn't sound anything like
He
him.
sounded white, 100%.
Oh, so you can decide either black or white. Is that the option?
Yeah, you either one or two. You either black or white.
What do Arabs sound
Wait,
like?
wait,
They
hold
sound
on,
like
hold on,
white people. Some of
hold
them
on,
sound like black people.
wait a minute.
Are
You
there
telling me
white Hebrew
Korean people?
Israelites?
Hey, hold on. You guys telling? Are you going to tell me that you think Korean people sound either black or white?
Yes.
Which one?
Really? Have
Bet
you?
you.
Are they
Bet
black or are they
what?
white?
Yeah, it depends on what language they speaking when they doing it.
Korean.
Oh, the
Probably
language issue. That
Korean.
Korean.
does add a layer of complexity, doesn't it?
Probably Korean. Speak Korean.
It, oh, hold on, everyone. I want to have a little bit of dialogue here with Mind. What's his name? Fuck, Jesus Christ! Look at his real name, and I don't even know what to say, how to address you. So you think Koreans sound white? Is this correct?
Not all of them.
Okay, which Koreans sound white?
The ones that sound white. I mean, it's like,
K-pop ones, right?
Jesus Christ!
why you keep calling my brother name like that though? Like you keep calling on Jesus. Like I don't understand.
Hey, whoever calls upon his name, right?
No, no. Actually, if you read Acts chapter 19, it was these exorcists that came to try to cast out this devil, and they was like, in the name of Jesus that Paul teaches, we cast you out. And the devil was like, what, nigga? We don't know you. So no, you don't just say the name and think that
Listen,
you
I
get
have,
Did you
away
I
with
say
have
he
it.
to,
was your
I have to
brother?
tell you, First of all, this Jesus that you talk about is,
He sounds
came.
black.
Well, hold on. It's also part of this New Testament, which is nothing more than Torah fan fiction. And so, my first question for you is, why do you practice a religion about a Middle Eastern guy that was conjured up as fan fiction for the Torah?
Well, first, I don't follow Christianity at all. But I do believe that Jesus Christ was a man like myself that walked this earth, and he was crucified and
Did
killed
he
and
walk
hated
the earth or
for
did
the
he walk the
namesake of
earth?
God.
No, but hold on. Did he walk the earth or the earth?
However you pronounce it.
I mean, I think
Yep.
that's about how Jews see it too. Just a guy that walked the earth and hung out
No,
and
the
probably
earth.
hung
The
dong.
earth. He didn't walk the earth. He walked the earth.
Okay.
They actually not only did they kill him because of the name of God, but they killed him because of the fact that he was trying to tell them and teach them how they were actually missing the point. They
Have you
all
ever
these
read?
people.
Have you ever read the Septuagint?
Yes, I got a copy of the Septuagint in my phone.
I
Damn,
bet you I bet you fucking do.
damn,
I
dude.
and I bet you fucking hustle people up for some money on the fucking corner with your fucking Hebrew Israelite ass.
No, I really don't though. But I do sell books for a living though.
What type?
I bet you do.
Just
Go
different
ahead.
types.
Just
Well,
like,
try to sell one.
yeah.
Go ahead. Pitches on it. Maybe you get a sale. We got a lot of people here that are curious about a lot of
I
things.
mean, I like books.
Well, what I can do, brother, brother, and I gotta make sure I get the name
Roger,
right.
Roger.
Yeah, brother Roger. Yeah, brother Roger. If it's
I
okay,
kind of like
yeah.
that. I might change my name to Brother Roger.
Hey, look, 100. But so I actually recently published a book that I'm actually I'm gonna give it. It's a short book. I'm gonna give everybody a free PDF of it if they want it. If they want it, they don't want
I
it, they
do.
don't have to take it. But yeah, I just put it in the chat. So
Sold.
Man, that was pretty good. Is this a bestseller?
no, I actually just published it a month ago. Well, I'm sorry, 2 months ago.
A month ago. Well,
No, no,
that's
I'm sorry, it was like a month ago.
that's enough time to get on the
Dude, this
Amazon
is a
bestseller
long
list.
book.
It probably is. It probably is.
This is a long book. You
Mm-hmm.
wrote this, huh?
Yeah, and but look, to the person that said my PTR is giving black Hebrew Israelite, actually my PTR is a symbol that I made in 2013 that represents no questions. It actually represents to be more thoughtful and to seek out answers and don't let people tell you things without actually looking into it. So this is what this actually means. So it's not about being a Hebrew Israelite at all.
So it says, don't ask you questions
Hold
or
on,
do ask you.
Horatio. Hold on. This is no time for mumbles. I got an important question for you, mine. Do you believe in a heaven and hell?
Yes, but the Bible actually tells you in Romans chapters 10 and 6. And it's funny that you said that actually, because it says The I'm gonna read it real quick and I'll get out your way. It says, "But the righteousness which is of faith speak on this wise: Say not in thy heart, who shall ascend into heaven? That is to bring Christ down from above. Or who shall ascend into the deep? That is to bring Christ up again from the dead." So what is explaining to you is that true heaven is God's spirit coming and dwelling within you on earth while you're still like living in the vessel that you're living in. And hell is actually speaking about you being dead in the flesh and you lacking the spirit of God in flesh. So it's
Hold on. Can I get an amen? Can the church give this man an amen? That means
amen.
unmic and say amen, everyone.
Amen. What
There
does
we go.
amen
There
mean?
we go.
Amen.
Listen,
It means so
I
be
think
it.
I think we should join this man's church. What could go wrong?
I go to a church of Jesus actually though. That's all it is.
It's quite
A
a lot,
minute ago,
isn't it?
you told me you didn't believe in Jesus, but well, you said that he was a man that walked the earth like you. But now you go to the Church of Jesus.
Yeah, I'm saying what that means. Yeah, there was a church that Jesus started, and and all he did was tell people that we should love each other and walk in love with one another.
This is
That's all
true.
we're supposed to be
He
Mate,
doing.
actually said that you should love God and you should love people. So I'm all about the love. I if anybody comes to these rooms on a daily basis, they know that all I do is promote love. And so maybe I would be a good fit for your church, perhaps.
and harmony,
Yeah,
of course, Roger. Harmony is a big thing for you. I mean, it's amazing that so many people went to Christianity when it was such a nice message. It seems inconceivable that it would be such a popular stunt.
I mean, it's the best. It's the best thing to do. Everybody agrees with it. The problem is that it comes with a lot of other stuff because a lot of Christians believe that they can just act like they're good people and claim to love people in public, but behind closed doors, they feel like they can treat people any
Listen,
type of way.
I'm gonna explain something to you. I prefer to show my love behind closed doors. The ladies can attest.
What? That's what's up. But I will say though, what love truly is different than what other people teach. Like what Jesus taught about love, he taught that love was patience, understanding, caring, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty. So if
See,
you're not
what are
walking,
you doing? What are you giving a wedding speech? This is fucking
Well,
hilarious.
he's got
Didn't
the
go
long
down well on
suffering
Tinder.
part.
yeah, love is love. Like you can. And the thing is, if you like, say for example, you having sex.
Love is patient. Love
Like
is
let's say
kind.
no, look, Roger. Let's say you
His
having
porn
sex, right?
name
No,
is long
let's use this
suffering.
as an example. If you having sex, right, you're not actually making love if you're not being patient, understanding, caring, corrective, long suffering, faithful, and loyal during your sexual experience.
Hey, let me tell you something. There's no long suffering. There's no long suffering. I take them short strokes. You know what I'm saying? I don't. No long suffering. I
I'm
don't have the.
crying.
No, listen. I'm one of those guys with like a short penis, and so there's no long suffering. It's short suffering when you.
Well, she's long suffering. She's long suffering. Then
Anything over 5 minutes is quite an endurance.
Yeah, she's long
Listen.
suffering.
Hey, well, hold on. But if she understands love, then she should be patient.
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah, that's why she will be there, even though that you got a short one.
Yeah, but it's thicker than average. So like shorter. It's kind of stubby. It's built more like
Like a tuna can.
you remember those miniature Coke cans they used to sell in the '80s? The
Yeah.
little
Yeah, I hope
Pepsis.
everybody
That's more like.
internalizing this.
Like you get on an aeroplane.
Yeah, so I
It has
will
kind of
say,
a pop top.
I will
Mind,
say,
I
hey
wanted to
Pearl, cover your ears, Pearl.
It's
Go
wanted
ahead,
it's
to
like an
continue.
old school sarsaparilla can.
mind. I wanted to address something that you said earlier about exorcisms, not circumcisions. Exorcisms. Um, if you don't pay your exorcist, does that mean you get repossessed?
No, actually, you know what? That's a cheat code. You if you get the devil removed, right? The exorcist can't do nothing. So if you tell them that you gonna pay them after they get the devil out, you should do that because you might be able to get away with not paying them. Because then, you actually can like use the fact like, hey man, you don't pay people to do the work of God. You know what I'm saying, brother?
All
We
right.
won now.
Hold on, mind. I
All
got a
right.
question. What does your religion say about the gays?
that they gay.
Okay, well, I can't argue with that, but can you elaborate a little bit?
I mean, I'm saying they just they
Good
gay.
gay or bad gay?
Are they good or bad? Well, it does. It tells you that being gay is not appropriate to God, but the person that is gay, they like that's one of many different sins that exist. So that person could be,
Let
gay.
me let me ask you a question. Have you ever wore a cotton polyester T-shirt?
Probably, not too often though.
Because
Oh
God
no,
doesn't like that either, and so
it's
I'm
a
just
sin,
curious.
but my
So
werewolves.
here's what I think. I think that the people that wear these clothing woven of two types of material, they're going to find themselves in the same purgatory state as the gays. That's what my religion states.
Well, the Bible actually teaches two things. One, it teaches that there's a such thing as a greater sin, right? So it teaches that there is sins
No,
that are
actually,
greater
it's a
than
sin
others.
is sin. The only sin that stands apart and separates you from salvation is the unforgivable sin of blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. But you're not ready for that conversation.
No,
So
no, that's
so there's a hierarchy of sins, are there? There's
yeah.
a
So look,
hierarchy.
if you yeah, yeah. So if you read, because I know a lot of people get taught different things in the Bible, but um,
Okay, hold on.
John,
So hold on. How many tiers of sin are there?
no. So there's not tiers of
There's
sin,
seven rings of hell, aren't
no,
there?
no,
No,
brother. So
that's
Okay,
Dante.
so
Just
Well, it's still hell though, ish.
where do the
I'm
gays
crying.
rank, like among sinners? So if we were to say like like vegans, terrorists, gays, where do where are they at?
Yeah, so they actually rank in the same place as pedophiles.
Is that the limbo one or?
Wow, wow. I have
Yeah,
to
man.
apologize to all my gay friends that are listening to this. I do not sanction those conversations. I do not believe that gays are the same as pedophiles. That was the weirdest comment of all time. Um, I hope I'm being a good ally.
Yeah, the paedophiles are much
I'm
better than the
crying.
gays for
He
sure.
said, "I hope I'm being a good ally." But no, so this is the thing though. In John chapter 19 and 11, it tells you that Jesus was speaking and telling them that like the person that sent me unto you has the greater sin. And what he's saying by that, like the Bible says that homosexuality is an abomination to God, and it's not that the person that's doing it is just like saying, hey, I just want to be a messed up person. No, they could literally be going through something that's causing them to feel like what they're doing is actually normal and okay. So God understands that. So when a person is ignorant of their sin, James chapter I believe it's 4:17, it tells you that to him that knoweth to do good and does it not, to him it is sin. So a regular person that's just out here being gay and they're not even like recognizing like how it goes against God and why it goes against God, but they're just living their life and they're treating people the way they want to be treated, that person has a better chance of actually being saved and having salvation than a person who's, hey, I'm gay and I know God doesn't like this, but I'm gonna actually be a pastor and teach other people how to be gay with me while in God. That is not
Wait,
okay.
hold on. You believe that there's a church where there's pastors that teach people how to be gay?
No, no, no. So it's people that are at churches that have churches who are gay and they're pastors and they're teaching people that they're not actually doing things against God by being gay.
Mm,
Whoa,
mm,
dude, that's
mm.
gay. That's gay.
I have to tell
I'm
you
crying.
honestly, like all kidding aside, um, if I still smoke pot, this would be a very entertaining conversation. It's not often that you meet people in the wild that say these kind of outlandish things. Like the problem is you really believe this stuff. Like you genuinely believe that somebody deciding to make a decision of who they're going to have sex with, that you believe that God is going to condemn them to
The paedophile
some harm.
purgatory.
Honestly,
We lost you there, Roger.
You went out
Is
for a
that
I, I,
what
second.
he said?
Yeah, I
I don't
didn't
care.
say
Just
that
a
though,
minute.
but
He didn't say that at all. You're purposely misunderstanding what he said.
No,
He,
no, no.
he
He
just
said
said
that
that
he
God
said that.
loves them.
Wait,
They're doing what they want to do, and then, but it's still an abomination, right?
But it's a
is
bit
that
normal though.
Yeah, I'm saying that yes. What Doctor just said, like what I'm saying is that God has given them the opportunity to receive His
Hey, if
love,
Doctor
like everybody else.
Responsible's on your hey, if Doctor Responsible's on your side, who could be against you?
I mean, that's what's up.
That's right.
But the point that I want you to get though, Roger, is that it's not that these people God is trying to condemn them to hell just because they're gay. What it is God is telling us why we shouldn't do certain things. So when we decide to do things like there's something called vagina in the world, and you're a man and you have a penis. There is
Wait a
a
minute,
pl-
hold on. Let me get a notepad. I gotta write that one down.
got you, got
There's
you. Let me know when you
Let me
got it.
get my pen as well.
So
I need
not
to listen up.
got you. So yeah, so there,
Horatio, really listen carefully here. There's
I
a thing
am.
called
I am.
yeah,
What is
so
this thing?
yeah, so this is
Horatio, you
so
keep
look,
your hands at your sides. Nothing shaped like that while we're talking about this. Go ahead, sir.
got you. Yeah,
Please
so
turn to
there
your
is something.
hymnals, page
Yes.
43.
I'm a
Join
paedophile
as.
anyway. It doesn't count.
So point one that y'all should write down. There's something called vagina in the world. And point two is that you're as a man you have a penis. So God has actually created something that is made specifically for your penis to go inside and actually ejaculate inside, so
well,
that you can eventually
hold
create
on. It
a new
fits
life.
perfectly.
Is this a love
Fits.
story?
Hold on. It fits perfectly snug in an asshole too.
Well, no,
Yeah,
see, that's
or
just
an
various.
animal's vagina.
Yeah, hold on. So look, so another thing, point three that y'all should write down. God gave us two well, depending on how you look at it, he gave us two holes, right? You got an exit for man, you have an exit and you have an entrance. The entrance is where you put the food that you eat, and the exit is where the food after it gets go through your system and do all the stuff you gotta do,
What
it
about your
comes out.
ear,
Yeah, it
ears and
comes out that
nose
exit.
and stuff?
So you have an exit and an entrance. The entrance is your mouth when you eating food,
Is
and the
this where
exit
we're gonna
is
get
where it comes
exit?
out.
Is this where you're gonna get into the whole bonus hole thing?
Well, I don't. I see. I'm still working on trying to figure out the bonus whole thing. But either way, when the point is that like you have the ability to, as a man, to insert your penis into a place that actually adapts directly to your penis. And if you're lucky and blessed enough, then you can meet a woman who has not allowed another man to do that to them, and then you can actually have a woman that's made just for you, right? So
They've
some
got a
people,
few holes actually, haven't they?
yeah. So basically, my point that I'm saying is that it's not.
Mine. Have you ever had a blowjob?
See, I don't know what that is, but either way,
Nah.
You
it,
wait. You've never heard of the idea that that one person can use their mouth to go down on a penis and slobber on it. You've never heard of this concept?
that don't sound normal. But what I
So
Bad luck, mind.
never had a woman give you head, and you wanted to teach us about sex.
no women actually, like how can I put it? They actually give me great information all the time. I'm never like I love and appreciate the
And you've
information that
never
women
heard
give.
of a blowjob.
You want more than information from them, then I think, mind.
Maybe, bro. I don't know, but either way,
Wait, hold on. So the information you got from women is that they don't suck dick?
wait, what is that?
It's very interesting. Very interesting that you don't know.
Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, but either way, it's there's a normal way to do things, and then there's a whole bunch, like the Bible says, they will create new ways of doing things.
I think this room should be a PSA for those that were thinking about joining BHI. They don't know what blowjobs are, so you might want to reconsider.
What is BHI?
Oh, don't play stupid with me.
Wait,
Oh, it's like the blowjob
what is
mystical.
going on here? You just throwing out all these big words, Roger, and I don't really. But it's
You think
okay,
you
man.
think you think BHI is a big word?
Yeah, how do you spell that?
You're just silly.
Hey, but I appreciate you though, Roger, man. It sounds like you got a decent heart, man, regardless of what your religion beliefs are. You feel me? So as long as you treat people the way you want to be treated, bro, I don't. And it sounds like you do. It don't seem like you did. And you know what? I'm not gonna say that because I think when I came in the room, you told me something about me being stupid or something. I don't know, but outside of
Oh,
that, it's been a great
well,
conversation.
hold on. I'll walk that back. But you're clearly not the smartest guy in the room.
Well, I listen. If I was the smartest guy in the room, I would actually not feel like I should be here. But the fact that I am here with all these different minds, I would expect and hope that I'm not the smartest person here because I wouldn't gain anything being here. So
Interesting. Interesting. Does anybody else have any questions for Mind? It's not often that we have somebody like him on these stages. So if anybody wants to, it's kind of like an exhibit at the zoo. If you guys have any questions, want to engage with Mind, go ahead.
But I think it says no questions in
the
this
lion is
PTR,
in the
doesn't it?
room. The lion is in the room. Feel free.
Roger, were you ever an atheist or no?
I am a deist.
Like, you believe that there's a God, but you just don't know exactly which one, right?
The
Something
god
like
is
that?
called D.
No, I believe that there's a creator of the universe, an architect, if you will. But I think that the truth claims made about the characteristics of God and knowing God and talking to God. I think that's look. I'm not going to talk anybody off their religion. If it makes you feel better, makes you love your kids more, then go ahead and subscribe to a religion. But I don't. I don't. I don't. I haven't subscribed to a religion lately.
I thought the deism was actually that call and response thing. What is the word if you don't believe that then?
An atheist? I think that's probably the most logical. Obviously, somebody designed and created all this stuff.
You're
Created two
talking
fucking
about the difference between
amazing minds.
agnostic and atheism.
Well, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
if you.
hold on,
Well,
hold
what's
on,
the
hold
call and
on,
response bit?
hold on. But atheists also created this other term called agnostic atheist because they got tired of losing debates about their leap of faith of declaring that God doesn't exist. So then by doing the whole agnostic atheist thing, they're kind of playing. They're leaning atheist, but they're going to hold on to the possibility that okay, until maybe you can give me some proof, and then I'll believe.
I have a
Well,
question for Mind. Mind, this is Richard. I'm on stage. Mind, have you ever been hit on by a guy? I'm just
Get him,
asking a
Richard. Get
question.
him,
Have you ever
Richard. Get
been
him.
hit on by a guy?
get his ass.
I responded.
I am
And
rooting for his first experience to be with Richard.
I only said you have now. Bye
Fuck
bye.
yeah.
Bam! Look at that.
Yeah.
Woo!
Thank you
Mind.
so
I want you
much.
to go. Hey, Mind. I want you to
Ken,
go and hold on real quick. I want Mind to go and think about this real quick. Tommy, you're gonna have to mute up. There you go. Mind. I want you to go and think about this. I want you to think about Richard. He's a Caucasian male, and he happens to be gay, and he's hit on you. So I want you to go pray about to whatever deity of your choice about what you should do about this. If you should engage, if you should try something new. I think you should open your mind and you should explore and you should consider the idea of having relations with Richard.
Yeah, I think that's gay.
And we're
That
gonna
would
keep
be
an eye on
correct.
it.
I mean, it would like, and this a thing. Like, I honestly believe there's a like being gay is a choice. Like, you know what I'm saying? I believe that you can just say, hey, I'm gonna be gay. Like, I believe
Could
that,
could you
and
could
I
you do
don't
that
feel like
then? Would you do that then? Just quick
Yeah. So
choice, you know?
yeah, but
no. My
Horatio
choice is
says
to not be gay.
that you can make that choice with him anytime.
Hmm.
No, that's what I'm
Just like
saying.
sort of.
But no, this is what I'm. The point I'm making is that the choice, right, is based upon a person's discipline, in their personal life, right. So, based
Oh,
on the
so you
things
think
that
that everybody wants to do it, but some disciplined
can
people
I
just hold back.
no can I finish what I'm saying? No, what I'm saying is that everybody has the ability and opportunity to look at someone in a lustful or sexual way. You can people. Do you know there's a such thing as incest? Like incest exists. Like that's when people
Not if
have
you're
sex.
gay,
Hold,
actually. That's
bro,
a
hold
good little
on.
loop.
Why you hold on? Don't get emotional,
Hold on,
brother. What I'm
hold on,
saying,
hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everyone,
I'm
mute up.
crying.
Hold on. I want everyone to go get their notepads again. Every time he says, you do know that there is. I want you guys to write these things down. This is very educational if you allow it to be. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mods.
100%. What I'm saying is there's something called incest that exists. That is when two people that actually are related to each other actually have sex with each other. So that's something that people can do.
But not if
Also,
they're gay. It
also
doesn't
there.
count if you're
Hold on.
gay.
Also, there's a something. It's called bestiality, and people can actually have sex with animals. And they can actually decide to lustfully look at and desire an animal if they want to, right? So
It's
these are
it,
all
No.
it
these are
it's
all
so
choices.
it. Hold on, mute yourself. It's so cute. It's like you're kind of like when you remember when Kamala Harris discovered the word Visio diagram and she just couldn't shut up about it. It's like you're learning words for the first time and you're going into public and saying them as if nobody's ever heard these terms. Um, it, Watching you grow before our very eyes is very interesting.
Yeah, but you know what, Roger? Like the fact that you said that and you're projecting the fact that you think that just because I believe that you don't know something that I didn't know it till just yesterday or something is crazy. But yes, I try to treat people the way I want to be treated. And when somebody's
So
just
how
meeting
long
me,
have you known about
so
bestiality?
yeah, like I don't even know. It's been a while. But the point that I'm making though is
It
that
sounds like you've known that one for a while. I'll
I
give you
would
that
I
one.
would leave yeah, I love for a person to actually treat me like they never met me before and teach me something that they're trying to get me to understand. If like if I assume that they already know something, then I will be doing them a disservice. But if I actually just talk to them and explain to them what I'm trying to say, then I allow them to be able to tell me that hey, I do know that, but this boom 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 boom
Horatio will
boom.
hold you and teach you something you never learned before.
Yeah, I can tell you what a blowjob is. I'll show you what a blowjob is. Much more fun than bestiality, I think.
Well,
Well, that sounds gay.
the alarming the alarming thing about that is that that's actually there's a lot of people that do this shit, and it's fucking scary as shit.
Yeah,
Which
that's a
one?
fact.
Can you elaborate on what shit?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I've got a question for Mind. Have you ever masturbated?
What's that?
What's that?
Mm, mm, mm.
I don't know
Got
what
it.
that is.
You've never touched yourself and brought yourself pleasure.
You talking about when you like scratch like an itch?
Oh, is that what you call it? Most people call it masturbation.
Most people
You
call it
you call it jacking
masturbation.
off.
I never knew that. I'll be
I never
masturbating
knew
all the
that.
time then.
I'll be masturbating all the time.
So itchy today.
So itchy today.
You know what? I
Hey,
got a
hey, if
itch
your
right
shit's
here on my
itching,
knee.
if your shit's itching when you touch it, you got to get some fucking ointment.
Well, I'm about to masturbate phone, Roger. I'm about to scratch my knee. Scratching my knee currently. So I'm masturbating. So, but yeah, Father, what you was about to say?
Yeah, the both of the incest as well as the bestiality, there are a lot of fucking people that do that. And it's just fucking it's sickening to hear about what these people do, and it's just it's crazy.
Well, at
Right,
least they
but
don't
it's their
overlap. You can't
business.
do both.
But they got the choice to do it because it's a free country, right? So they can, if they want to do that, they can do that. That's not like who are we to judge them and tell them that they are bad people for choosing to have sex with
Well,
who they love.
we,
They love
we
these
can
animals.
actually.
They
We
love these
can.
people. They
We
care
have
about
to.
these
No,
people.
because we have victims. We have victims at play here. We have the poor little animal, whichever one is, the choice, and then we have probably the younger sort of woman in a family.
Well, in fact, I'll tell you a story. Down here in Mexico, there was a guy downstairs, and he was a pedophile, but his friend came over with a dog, and he actually fucked a dog down on the balcony, and I just about fucking had it. But yeah, dude, hearing that fucking poor little
Just about.
dog, yeah, dude, it was fucking crazy.
Hey, you know what's so crazy though? Like, fact that people have a problem with people that have sex with animals or have sex with their family members or something like that because you know that's their choice to have sex with who they feel like they love and who loves them back.
Well,
It's
Was it
not
a
and
boy dog
consensual.
or was it a girl dog?
No, it's consensual if like
No,
the
not
person
by the animal.
allows you to do it
How do you get consent from an animal?
by first off
Bah!
No, so first off, just to get close enough to an animal for an animal to allow you to do something like that with them, that would mean that the animal has to be comfortable with you. Because animal, we have seen animals like go wild, and horses and all that kick people and all. It's like animals can defend themselves, like for sure, if they
What,
if they feel
what,
intimidated or feel like they're being, put in a bad position, they can react.
that's ridiculous. People get close enough to kill them and then eat them all the time.
No, that's what I'm saying. People, so there's something called animal tamers, and then you have people that's hunters, right? So most hunters who are not able to tame the animal, they attack the animal from a distance. They don't actually get up close and personal with the animal. They kill the animal from a distance and then go get the animal. But animal tamers, they get close with the animals, play with the animals, kick it with the animals. You know what I'm saying? And the animals respond differently to them than they would with a person that does not know how to handle the animal.
I don't
Again,
think that
I
I can go any
reiterate.
farther on this.
I reiterate. Was it a boy dog? Was it gay bestiality, or was it heterosexual bestiality?
No, so the thing is, it probably was heterosexual. It probably was a female dog, and then the dude was probably a guy. But either way, the fact that is, and it's not that we're normalizing it. It's the
How do
fact
you
that
know?
because that seems like the most common
Mind,
thing.
I have a question for you. What do you think about sleeping with white women? Are you into that?
You know what, Roger? Um, this one girl, right? This one Caucasian girl a long time
It was
ago.
a,
I was like,
it was a simple question.
I'm about to answer it. It was a Caucasian girl who she took my penis out my pants and put it in her mouth. Um,
I thought you didn't know what a blowjob was.
oh, that's a blowjob. Oh,
No, that's masturbation.
okay. So either way, she was masturbating me.
No, that's called oral.
All right, yeah. Hey, look, if you're gonna troll, at least be fucking good at it. We put up with that for longer than we should have. You're so fucking stupid. You BHI fucking idiots are all alike.
I read 7 chapters of that book.
Which one?
His book.
Oh, why?
I mean, it took like 45 seconds, but I don't know. I was interested.
Did it give weight to his comments?
No, not really. He's into polygamy. Women cheat because they want more money. Men cheat. I'm not sure why, but they definitely can have more wives. But women can't because it would be disrespectful if the woman got pregnant to go sleep with somebody else.
Doesn't quite keep it sound in keeping with what he was saying just now, then, does it?
Crazy world we live in.
Wait, pregnant women can't have sex? My mind
No,
is
they
reeling
can, but it
now.
would be disrespectful.
I gotta
Because if
tell
you're
you,
the other partner, you would feel bad because you would know there's another man's baby in that baby.
let me just go on the record and say that
Oh,
pregnant vagina is the best vagina. Just saying.
don't need to wear contraception for sure, right?
No, I'm just saying there's something just like magical about it. It's like a
I
magical
uh
hug. It's like a magical
I
hug
agree.
for your penis.
Yes, he's absolutely right. 100%.
What
Is
are
the
the ladies
woman
at to attest to this? Women that have had children. Can you talk about pregnant sex and why the vagina just seems so like it's like a hot pocket. It's glorious.
Is it because the baby's pushing and everything is more compact? I have no idea. I
oh,
have
it's
not
like a
heard this from
threesome.
one.
Threesome.
I heard that boobs feel like sand, like bags of sand.
Well, you know how their hair looks nicer and their skin looks nicer. I think it does something to the insides as well. I think it fluffs up the lips.
Yeah, maybe
It's
could
because
see
there's
that.
like more carefree.
Yeah,
This won't
Yeah,
hurt as much as what's going to come soon.
could eventually be a bit of that. The abandonment of responsibility. Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe is are the senses heightened anyway for a woman, whatever she does?
What?
Are
What does
pregnant
that
women not
mean?
more? Don't they have more sensory kind of
Yeah,
pleasures?
the
Or
problem is it's uncomfortable though, right? And it's too bad. It's like your boobs look better than ever, you're glowing, like Roger said, your nails, your skin, and all that, and then you're just uncomfortable. So it's a bummer.
oh,
Hey,
because of
Anka.
the
Hello,
but
Alyssa.
yeah.
Oh, Alyssa's on the phone, but Anka, what's your handicap?
Let's not
Oh,
change the
4.7.
subject. No, hold on. Let's not change the
4.7.
subject. No, let's not change the subject. We're not changing the subject. I want to talk about pregnancy sex. I think it's a good topic. I think it's not discussed enough. There's something great about it. It's like I would say from like 1 month to 3 months. That's like peak glorious vagina. Like once the belly starts growing, then it becomes less peak just because you gotta get through the obstacle.
When does the cutoff come?
Like I said, I think
come
it's
on.
7 days after birth.
How
Huh?
experienced are you with this, Roger? And how
All
many
the way
kids
to
have you had?
conception, Roger. What do you mean you got to get over the hurdle? Ain't no damn obstacle. You do
it,
realize that she can
it's a
turn
it's a
around,
build
bruh.
it's a it, yeah, okay, listen,
All
Unc,
right.
Y'all blew right
listen,
Okay.
past that
All right.
circumcision joke, and it
Unc,
was great.
listen, I don't get my advice on sex from the black community. No offense. When you guys stopped eating pussy, I stopped listening to your guys' advice about this stuff. So
Who stopped eating pussy? Pregnant pussy tastes better than motherfucking marmalade, kid. Yeah, I got three. I got three baby mamas, bruh.
well, there we go. Better than marmalade. There you hear it.
Pussy
So
tastes like
ladies,
motherfucking collard greens and cornbread. Lord have mercy. You gonna make me find some pregnant woman and eat her pussy. See what you done did?
What about if she's not pregnant?
God damn.
shit, you're gonna make Horatio turn straight telling him about the marmalade.
Was that
Yeah, man, I'm close. I'm on the edge here.
collard greens in the bathtub? Is that what you're saying?
What?
I'm only going to have a woman if she's pregnant.
Man, that was fucked up.
What if we talked about woman power and a woman can have you if she's pregnant?
What the fuck?
Don't be gay.
Dude, that was worse than the like my religion's love. That was worse than the my religion's love thing. That was worse.
All right, hold on. We're gonna have to clean it up. Shirley's here. You guys gonna have to clean it up. Act like gentlemen for a minute.
Thank God for
Sure,
Shirley.
Shirley, we're gonna clean up the conversation. These vulgar young men are gonna get it all. It's all out of their system now. It's nothing but respect. How are you doing?
You make me smile. Y'all won't have to behave very long because it's fixing to be time for the cornbread to come out. But I couldn't resist. MJ sent me a invitation to come in, and which is I want to say thank you, MJ. And I can never resist a broom ran by Roger.
Mm.
Who
Shirley,
can?
before you do run, would you mind commenting on something we were talking about earlier?
So, what was the topic?
It was about women that are pregnant and when they have sex while they're pregnant, there seems to be a magical moment. And I know that you have kids, and like I don't want to get overly uh, I don't want to sexualize this
Personal?
with you, but I do want to just ask you: can you speak with your wisdom on why women enjoy sex so much when they're pregnant, and why men enjoy having sex with pregnant women so much?
I enjoyed sex when I was pregnant. I don't know why. Um, but it was enjoyable. And I always found it kind of sad when a woman had a husband who was freaked out by the idea of having sex with their pregnant wife. I thought that was terrible.
There you go.
Uh,
So look,
anyway,
Shirley just settled it for us. She doesn't know why, but they do enjoy it more when they're pregnant.
well, it's true. Joe B just put a thing that says complete abandonment. You're not worried about getting pregnant, I guess. I don't know.
You know
You're
another way to
already there.
to not have to worry about getting pregnant.
It, now, what would that be, Roger?
There's a different hole.
And now we've discussed this some late night in the last 3 years.
Also, the time of the month. I mean, I understand that it's almost impossible to get pregnant for most of the month, other than the sort of small window of opportunity.
It's
Unk.
the rhythm method does work, but the reason people mess up is because when women aren't fertile, they're not as horny. That
Yeah,
fertile
I
thing
heard
just
that as
makes
well.
people. It makes them horny, honey.
So it's all on
Yeah.
the women after all. It's the women's
th-
fault still.
so I here's what I can
Shirley,
tell you.
Shirley, I just heard you
Oh,
say
well, hold on,
mess
Sean.
up. Yeah,
Sean. Wait,
please
wait, wait,
go
wait,
ahead.
wait, 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 wait. We've done rooms on lesbian women before, and when lesbian women are on their cycle, they crave dick, which it's an interesting thing. If you guys ever want to put it to the test, let me know. We'll go down to the El Rio in the Mission District in San Francisco. It's a lesbian bar, and I guarantee, we will find some of those lesbians that are on their cycle, and they will not leave with a woman. They will leave with a man. But the rest of the month, they prefer to be with women. It's a weird thing.
What a thing. I can't imagine why.
So my question to Shirley was, you said you messed up. Um, does that mean we're all messed up?
Listen, I had I was at a sermon. We had a pastor one day, and he said, uh, I keep having people come to my office grieving over the fact that they were an accident. Hey, guess what, guys? 80% of us were not planned. Get over it. God knew you were coming. So that's my take on that, dear. My last child, I guarantee you, at 40 was not planned, but God knew he was coming. And so I informed him of this. I said, people are so damn rude, Adam, because I'm an older mother. They'll ask me, did you plan Adam? Well, the answer is no, I did not plan you. I didn't have the gall to think that I deserved to have a baby at 40. And so when I got pregnant with you, I was glad, but God knew you were coming. He knew I needed you. So we're in the grocery store line, and my son informs the line that God knew he was coming.
So a quick translation of that, Shirley, would be we were all the fastest spermatozoid at some point.
Yeah, Sean, I'm sorry, I didn't understand you, hon.
I said, I don't know that you'll agree with this, but all of us on stage and in the audience, we were all the fastest spermatozoid that particular day.
Well,
Yeah, well,
not if you
but
were a
that's just
twin.
biology, dear. Just biology. My parents did not plan me either. They were pregnant within a month of their marriage. My mom wanted to wear maternity clothes because she was so excited, and my dad was like, "You can't wear that dress to church. They'll all think we had to get married."
What, there's a dress you can wear which shows that you've just got pregnant.
When you wear maternity, used to maternity clothes were very maternity clothes. They were very uh, they were styled to say, "I'm pregnant." And she was all
Ah,
excited about her new dress, and she wanted to wear it, and my dad was like, he was like, "You can't wear that."
it's a bit like the opposite of wearing black when someone's died.
Well, it's time we bring maternity into modernity. Right, ladies? Right, ladies. That's right.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Sounds like a more positive message than the abortion kind of mantra.
Yeah, let's not get into abortion, please.
Yeah, maternity,
Oh,
maternity, and up.
the, that's the thing that's going to set you over the top of all the things. It's It's abortion. It's not bestiality.
No, 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 no. No, it's
Oh,
there's too much abortion talk on this app. It's fucking crazy.
oh.
So bestiality it is then, huh?
Well, I mean, I gotta say it's illegal, right? So, but most people, you know what? Most people don't
So
think
is
of,
abortion.
well, most people don't think of it as being, illegal. So,
No, I don't actually want to go to abortion. It's not.
well, people understand that abortion in some areas is illegal and some areas it's legal. So, but I'm talking about bestiality and incest. Like they don't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, and they are victims. I don't think people necessarily communicate it correctly. There is almost always a victim of those things. It's very seldom like sort of a brother and sister who have kind of thought about it and really have just fallen in love.
Well, and sometimes there's a victim in the abortion, right? So,
Well, yeah. Just do like Europe and the rest of the world and just say, oh, anyway, let's not go there. She lost.
what's that? I had to throw something away. What was that?
What was that? Sorry,
You
was that
guys
to
just
me?
both asked the other what was that? Just
Did you ask me? Did you ask me to say
yes,
what?
yes, yes.
No, I mean that she lost, so we don't have to talk about abortion, do we?
No, no, no. Yeah,
Nope.
let's
It's
not talk about
over.
that.
It's cured.
So, what's a new topic we can talk about?
Oh shit. I don't even think we got to the bottom of the main issue here on at the title.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
and maybe that's the real answer at the end of the day. Maybe
Well, let's extend this topic real quick. Okay, so which religion sucks the least? Okay, so let's say like what's the best religion and what's the worst?
I I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna vote, and I'm gonna cast my vote not for the religion, but for those who adopt, like for those who adopt, for the people that adopt blank religion. My vote for the best are the Mormons. The Mormons. I think they take it. I think they win.
What happens if you go for a Mormon? What happens if you subscribe to Mormonism?
I think my point is, I think I think they've got it solved better than everyone else. I think they got it all figured out better than everyone else.
It's a great musical, isn't it?
Yeah, on television.
Are they the ones who said that it was Christ and his brother was the devil?
Well, you're ignoring the caveat, but I figured I wouldn't get very far in that one.
Well, I don't know much about Mormons, but all I know is that I've met a few of them over the years, and they're nice people. I mean, I have no qualms with them at all.
They're lovely.
Crazy idea though, with the storyline. Right?
Hey, you want to know a little bit of a secret?
Yeah.
They know that it is. They're not like if you ever find yourself going up to like a Mormon that's diehard, that's like super into like being Mormon and in their Mormon community, and if like you go up to them and say, Oh my God, your story's so stupid, Joseph Smith, blah, 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 blah. They're all just like, yeah, we know. We got it.
Right. Okay.
But they've they've evolved the most. Like they've evolved to where they use whatever tight knit thing they got that comes along with being a Mormon, and how that was passed down through, just their history. And they're not pretending that it's something from the past. They're not holding on to it. They just evolved, and they just
Well,
use that to their advantage.
well, I'm not saying it's any more stupid than any of the other stories for the religions. It's just because it's so recent, it just seems more ridiculous because it's like what, 100 years or two ago.
Yeah, suppose it depends on how you judge the best and worst. But
Low on believability, I would say, but perhaps high on nice people.
I mean, I actually think it's a very. I haven't really gone into the detail of this, but of all the topics for like how religions have like spawned in world history. One thing that I haven't like cared to dive super deep into is the rate and the spread geographically, like in terms of like math, in terms of the amount of people, in terms of the amount of geography and the rate. If you compare the spread, the rate of the spread of Christianity and that of not Islam, Hinduism and Christianity, the rate at which people became a part of like these, more Christian or more Hindu larger communities happened at like incredibly uh like the same rate.
Right.
So
So what
this which I think is fascinating, but
you
I haven't jumped into it.
you'd need to strip out the births and the conquered, right? So then just who has actually adopted it as an idea? How many have, what's the
Actually,
rate of that?
I think the point for me is that, I mean, like I would have to keep it in because that would suggest that a large driver that causes a spread are things that are beyond just like the individual's, yearning toward God or pressure toward God. I mean, I think you have to keep it in it because it highlights the fact that like things become so big and popular because of things completely um, not tied to just like a person's interest or yearning for God or to understand the universe that they live in. I think that's the point.
But that's cheating. I mean, Islam would win every day because they just conquer, or
Well, but yeah,
terrorized
well, that's
or
because
birth it out.
yeah, but you're defining what wins, like who wins in a different way. Like you're defining it just like by numbers, and I'm
But
not
you're looking
defining
at
it
the
that
rate.
way.
But you're saying you want to know about the rate of,
Like
spread.
I think that like I think that there's some people, it's uncommon just because it's hard to go from the fringe outside in to argue it. But I think that there's some people that will comment on like how widespread and like ingrained in a society globally certain religions are as a smaller part um, in support of like why their shit is the best, sort of a thing. And you know, I'm I'm not I'm not like I'm not counting who wins based on who built the biggest fucking baddest army the fastest. I mean, Horatio, boy, my boy. Have you been paying attention in lecture, boy?
Yeah, it does make sense. So you probably want to measure it without those factors.
Well, just I think it's up to. I mean, I think that was for me. That was the cool, fun part of that potential conversation is hearing how differently people like gauge who's got the best shit and who's got the worst shit. I mean, because you could argue Islam if you wanna base it on like, okay, who did the most for like, you know, intellectualism, you'd pick Islam.
Why?
They like invented math, dude. They
No, they
invented
didn't.
like modern math.
It was Indians who did algebra.
Yes, that's right, my boy. I forgot.
So other than this algebraic claim, what else have they done for maths?
Well, that's, I mean, it was a small point.
What else have they done for
Uh,
intellectualism?
well, boy, have you studied them? I don't know, dude. To be honest with you, I don't give a fuck. I'm just trying to carry along a conversation that just got abandoned by like other people like 10 minutes ago. That's all I'm doing.
It's very valiant.
Thank you. But it's a cross I wasn't willing to bear. No pun intended. Okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here.